Discovery, go at throttle up. Hello, everyone. Oh, crap. I gotta go get my phone. I gotta get my phone because people want to see the truck pics. But there's other pictures of other things that you want to see. I'll be right back. Here. Dance to the Home Depot song. You're a monkey, Derek. In your little monkey shoes. Dance, Derek, dance. I have my phone.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now I gotta figure out a way to get these pictures on the internets. Wait a minute. Do the cables, huh? You stopped dancing 20 years ago? Why? I'm trying to find the pictures, but not the pictures that you want to see. But they are the pictures that you want to see. There we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I found them. Discord compressed the crap out of these images. Okay. How do you do? I'm with the toilet. Hello. What's up, everybody? All right, we'll let this banger finish, and then we'll go. Oh, that's pretty sick, Thomas. I like it. Yeah. Hello. Okay, we will let the song finish. There is one other picture that I want to send, that I want to show you. I did. Yep, of course. Hold on. All right. Give me 1 second. Okay. I have one more picture to send here to get onto the Discord. Here, give me 1 second. There we go. All right. I was busy. I was busy. I did a lot of work this week. Did anything happen on the space flight front while I was gone? Anything happen? I don't know. You guys tell me. Anything happen? Nah, nothing? No. Webb telescope first light image is revealed. What's a web? What is that, like a spider web or something? Some things and stuff? No, boring. Boring. What? Are we starting with space news? Okay, everyone's talking. Everybody's talking at me. I can't hear a word they're saying. No. What space? Booster 7 didn't do anything. Yep. Just some methane, some oxygen, and a source of ignition. Yep. So, here, I'll show you where I was real quick. I did a lot of work yesterday. Alright. Just standing there, menacingly. So you want to know what I was up to? This is what I was up to. I had the truck in pieces. There's a lot of pieces. Yeah. A lot of work that looks like crap. Oh. Thanks. Yeah. Did you get a replacement dash yet? No. What did you do to it? Well, I recentered the rear cross member. I took this all apart because I needed to recenter the rear cross member and put new bolts in. Because, come on, man. Still getting over it. When Hoonigan was using the truck for Scumbag Labs, they cut the rear cross member out for game show purposes. I went in there and I refinished. I finished all of it. It's back to stock, basically. I took out all the stuff that they had left over. Not to say that, they ruined the truck or anything. They were using it for a game show. They didn't think anybody was gonna be stupid enough to actually buy it and then drive it home. So I got rid of all that stuff. I got new bolts in, new rear cross member, and I needed to do that so I could put the tank in. And then I just kind of finished everything back under here. Yeah, cross country no less. You took out the wooden wheels. Yep. We did surgery on a car. So the rear tank is in, and it's all nice and clean back here. I scuffed this and then I painted it real quick. Oh, one of the tank straps is a little bit off. I didn't even notice that. Damn it. Oh, looks like the bed's gonna have to go off again. Ever going to do an EV conversion? Not on this truck, no. Did you manage to get the tow bar on? Nope. No, but it's all prepped for it, Tessa. You don't need to take the bed off to put the tow thing on. You could see it in this picture. It's right there. You just got to drill 6 holes in the bottom of the frame, and then I have all the nuts and bolts for it. Ernocht helped me with that one when we were in the junkyard in California. So I had to take the bed off, and then I went through everything here. The fuel lines are stainless, so the rear tank actually isn't hooked up just yet. You can see right there, that's where the line was cut and capped. And it's a high pressure line because fuel injection. So gotta figure out that one. You gotta figure out a high pressure solution from there to there. And then the tank vent goes up here. Is it just me, or is that a very big tank? Oh, there's 2 of them, S. Yeah, there's another one right there. This has 2 18-gallon tanks in it, man. It's a heavy-duty truck. I'm telling you, man, the thing's a chonker of a truck. It doesn't look like it because, you know, once upon a time, heavy-duty trucks didn't need to look like this big, obnoxious freaking thing that, you know, makes you look like you're compensating for something. You know what I'm saying? This is why I like older trucks. They're not designed to look crazy. They're super Spartan. They're designed to work. That's why I like them. They did surgery on a truck. So that's why I like it. This thing is not designed to be anything lavish, anything crazy. It's just got what it needs to do work. I like that a lot. What? Nice. That's pretty funny, Reagan. You covered up my grindy marks. No, you can still see some of them there. Braided stainless with some AN fittings. Just do not clip in the AN fittings. Yeah, Hellfish, I gotta figure out another solution here. Ford has a special fitting on there for their stainless lines. So, I don't know, man. I'm trying to see if we can find a stock solution here, like junkyard stock solution, and then just clean it, because it's stainless. It ain't rusting. But they cut the braided stainless, which is, yeah, that makes this a little bit difficult to figure out. But I ran the rear harness. The rear harness is now clipped in. It's all nice and clean in there. Yeah, dude. And then the biggest one. This is the biggest one. So, Ernok, I didn't tell you. I don't think I told you this, but I'll tell you in chat. See the isolators? See the rubber pads? I put rubber pads down on the frame, right? These are bed isolators, and now the truck rides amazing. Between the back of because the right frame rail was going out like this. It was towed out this way, and the cross member brought everything back into alignment. And then that and the bed isolators, all you hear is the road. All you hear is the tires touching the road. The truck's so quiet now, with the exception of the exhaust. Whoever was using that death wheel didn't know what the frick they were doing on 154. Yeah, Strongkid, that's the guy that literally chatted below you. So, that's good. Yeah, it was his first time using one. And because I couldn't, because I threw my freaking back out. You getting some alloys for it? Yeah, maybe, Hen. Yeah. Yeah, Tessa, Brimo's dad and I, we didn't stream it. We probably should have. But I was so done by then. I just wanted to get home. We put together an exhaust with JB weld. We bodged I should say. We bodged back together the exhaust that Hoonigan had on it, and now it has two, it terminates right there, and we put new hangers on it, and it's JB welded together. No joke. Hey, fellas, don't cause any crazy stuff in chat. It was Ernok's first time. Okay? His first time using the grinder, and he subbed in because I threw my back out on Route 154. I don't know if that was ever mentioned, but yeah, I couldn't do anything. I really couldn't. I had a back spasm, and I'm just like, hey, you kids. Needs tall smokestacks. No, it doesn't. Nope. And that was the truck by yesterday. All back together, ready for a tow hitch. And I started cleaning up the front hub because it needs new wheel bearings on the front. Did you paint the bed? No. That's just the color of it, man. It's fleet white. I think it's the EG9 paint code. It's just fleet white, Jim. That's what Ford paints all their work trucks. All their work trucks are that color. They still use that paint code to this day. In fact, if you look over there, you see my dad's truck. My dad's truck is the same color. See, it's fleet white over there. You can just see it through the trees. I don't remember it looking that clean. I cleaned it. I cleaned up the bed and everything. Not the red. The red and everything needs to be clean. On another note, NASA just posted their entire targeting list for James Webb. They're shooting Jupiter and its moon next week, plus Neptune. Oh, that's going to be sick. I just want to get all this stuff out of the way, and then we'll talk about James Webb. So, next week on the list, I gotta redo the front wheel bearings. It needs new wheel bearings because I could see grease getting leaked out and caked in brake dust on the side of the, like all down in here. I just ran out of time. I ran out of time But yeah, that's what I've been doing all weekend. I literally had the bed off of the truck and the whole back end just completely disassembled. Bumper, everything. We got to do the tow hitch. And once again, I really wanted to stream all this, guys, but I needed to get it done. There's no way we would have been able to stream this and get it done in time. The truck would still look like this. Did you talk about Booster 7? I have not talked about Booster 7 just yet. Also, if you're wondering, it's a 69 Coronet over there. That's my other car. That is going to be one of our projects when we, after the move. The reason why I'm focusing on the 97 is because I need a truck. I need a truck to help me move. And I'll tell you, man, this thing rides excellent. Now, it rides excellent. All you hear is, if you're not on the exhaust, don't get me wrong, it's straight piped, so the exhaust, well, not straight piped, it's got resonators on it, so it's really freaking loud. But if you're off the gear, right, if you're coasting, all you hear is the of the tires. It's pretty cool. Did you put the bed on by yourself? No. I can't, Sawyer, I couldn't do that by myself. I needed to get Brimo and my dad and my mom to actually help too. That thing is, the long bed is heavy, dude. It's heavy. Any plans for the new paint on the truck? It's getting painted fleet white. I'm going to paint it fleet white. The whole thing. Dude, we figured out, I never noticed it. There's a Hoonigan logo on the roof. I'm keeping that. I'm keeping the Hoon logo on the roof. But all this, I'm going to paint it all back to white. We got to scuff up this red paint. That's a project for after. That's a project for after the move. I need the truck to be mechanically sound. The rear spring shackles and bushing still good? Chris, look at him. Look at him, dude. Yeah, California truck, dude. California truck. The bushings don't even rot out there. Dude, this truck does not fight you at all. It doesn't fight. Tough enough. Hoonigan calls it the F2 shitty, right? Dude, this thing does not put up a fight. Dude, you want to take a part off? All right, just undo the bolt. It's that simple. Yeah, and once again, it's got 350 shackles on here because this thing is made out of spare parts. It was a spare parts truck because it's technically a 97. They used the leftover pieces and built one truck together, and that's what the F-250 HD is. Ford never had an HD badge truck except for 96 and 97. HD is Chevy, right? So it's an HD badge truck, and it's made out of spare parts, which is cool. I got 250 front suspension and 350 rear suspension. That's why the truck sits like this. And dude, yeah, no, this is 350 suspension. Look at how beefy it is, man. Look at the leaf spring shackle. It's freaking huge. That leaf spring shackle is this big. You didn't completely paint the entire frame time? That's right, Journey. Yeah, I didn't get to painting all of it. Don't worry, the rest of this is in good condition. It has California dust on it, and it's not going away. I have to really scuff up that paint to really get all the dust and grime off of it. California clay, dude. Anybody that lives in SoCal knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is all fine, dude. It's not winterized by any means. I would not drive this truck in the winter, not that I'm going to. Is Booster 7 game over? We'll get to that, failures. Yeah. The only thing Rock Auto has OEM-wise. Yeah, Hellfish, I don't know. I think I'm going to go to the junkyard and find the stainless steel kit. This truck came with really nice braided steel lines, and the front tank has the braided steel lines. I didn't really take a picture of it. I probably should have. But yeah, that's what it looked like before. Before we Zeused in the rear cross member. Yeah, it was... I scuffed up all this, and we painted it and made it look nice with the rear tank. See last, por favor. What's up, S? Dara, how you doing? I saw Taradra in there. Hey, wait a second. Having a truck might be helpful for moving. Ever think of that? Yeah, I know. James Webb Media Briefing is live. Oh, interesting. So, I was doing that pretty much all weekend. I was keeping track of things. I was keeping track of space stuff, don't worry. How about sandblasting? Journey, when I move, we could sandblast the whole thing. I'll take the entire truck apart. And don't get me wrong, I'll take it apart, and it won't stay apart for 10 years. It won't stay apart for 10 years because I have a place to wrench on it, a dedicated spot that nobody else is going to screw with. And just in case anybody else was wondering, here's Freb. I took a picture of Freb for everybody as well. He's a little dusty. He's a little dusty, but good. Freb, the 59, because I delivered pizzas in it. Freb can deliver pizzas like nobody's business. Not Fred, no D. Freb with a B. Freb. Yep. So, that's what's going on. That's what I did all weekend. Also, I did not build a deck, but I built a staircase to a deck with my dad. If you want to see, look. See? There's the deck up there. Right? We didn't build the deck. We built the staircase to the deck. Is Freb going to be towed? Hildis, I'm going to tow it with the 97. Yeah, see? I built this. See? Me and my dad built this. No, the deck is up there. We did not build that. We did not build that. We built a staircase to the deck. Was that the window to the streaming room? No. Is it a New Zealand style? I don't know. I had no comment. I can feel the splinters. Now we sanded everything down. Yep. I built the railing for this. My dad did the stairs. See this? I made this. Dude, templates. Templates, baby. I was making templates and jigs for this thing all day. Just like in Kerbal. And I built that banister out. My dad's like, what the hell? How did you learn this? I'm like, Kerbal? What? Is that my house? That's my parents' house, Ando. That's my parents' house. That was EJSA headquarters from 2012 to 2018. So I was working on this, and in the backyard, my dad was like, can you help me build the staircase? I'm like, sure, why not? Templates and jigs are how you do it. Woodworking is cool. Yeah. So, like, okay. You guys want to nerd out for a second? So, see the spacing on all these? So I cut one of these pieces of wood with a table saw, right? I cut one, and building code means with building code they need to be 3.5 inches apart, which is like 7-8 centimeter spacing for the metric folks, something like that. So what I did was, I made one, and then I made all the others, obviously. I made one, and I measured it, and we made it right. And then I cut all the other stock, right? And used the first one as a template, the one with the clamp attached to it, right? That clamp's not holding anything anymore. It was. So I made the template for all the other ones. I made the template for the top rail and for the bottom rail. So I cut one, measured it, right? And then we made the second one, and then I cut the template for this, and then I made a spacer bracket right here that was 3.5 inches, right? It's a 3.5 inch spacer bracket, and then I used the extra stock from this wood to make a bracket that lines up with the rail on the bottom. So this template, all you had to do was put it up against the post right here, and it got you your distance, and then the piece of wood that was going up down. So it looked like this. The piece of wood that was going up and down, I cut that at an angle too. It was just leftover stock. So you could just place the wood right there, hit it with a level, screw it in the bottom, and then screw it in the top, and then move the spacer bracket up the entire banister. So I belted this out in like 45 minutes. My dad was like, how did you get the spacing right? I'm like, templates, baby. Templates. I'm holding my freaking my T-shaped template. I'm like, look, all you gotta do is this, and this. And then I had a spacer template to get the rails correct. It was fun. I enjoy woodworking. Is great, dude. We'll do this. We'll do this. I will do stuff like this. It was fun. I enjoyed the heck out of it. I'm worried about the window next to the steps. Do you get snow? To repaint the window, you have to remove a few steps. It's vinyl. The window trim is vinyl. It was wood at one point, but Journey, we had that exact freaking problem. Yeah. At least my parents did. The windows are all vinyl, dude. It's not. Was it a proud dad moment? Yeah. It was pretty good. So I was doing a lot of normie things over the weekend. Rebuilding this and that. Yeah. What wood did you use? It came. It's pressure-treated pine. Voldemort. Pressure-treated pine. Am I late for the B7 talk? No. I haven't even talked about James Webb yet. What is the devil's material? Real men build with metal. You were saying? Real men don't complain about the building material, S. They just get the job done. We want to play with gender stereotypes. You walked into it, man. That's your own fault, okay? That is your problem, not mine. Also, I could build that out of metal. I'd have trouble welding it together. I'd probably bolt it together. I've been away for the last few weeks. Did you finalize the house? When is the possession date? We can move in on August 1st. That is all finalized. Yeah, Canadian. So what I've been doing is I've been getting my Crapbox 97. It's not a Crapbox. I love this truck. This truck is completely straight, and it's like 98% mechanically there. I gotta mess with the front hubs, and I gotta grease the entire front suspension. Those twin eyes really need a lot of attention. But here, check this out. Canadian, you saw this. I put the rear tank in. I just gotta figure out a fuel line solution, and now the frame is basically prepped for a towing hitch so I can tow a trailer with the truck. I'm jealous. I want to help, but you're 1,000 miles away. Yeah, so I'll be down that way with the 97 sooner rather than later. Don't worry about it. We'll Zeus a 460 in there when we'll Zeus the 460 in there and put the 351 in the bed, and then yeah, we'll drive it home with a 460 because frick your fuel economy. Oh, this is a great moving costs are ridiculous. Do as much as you can on your own. Bingo. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. That's why, I mean, I have a heavy-duty truck. This truck, dude, that thing is designed for towing. So it's got 410s in the back. 410 final drive on the rear end that's still unwelded itself. It's still good, guys. It's not even leaking. That thing's a tank. It just ate through a freaking weld, and it's just like, meh, whatever. Pick me up on the way. Hey, but you watch the Sox-Yankees game? Frickin' Boone. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. You can move home with that car. Yep. You can move the house with that thing. Yep. It's got 410s in the rear. And then first gear is a 4-to-1. So it's got a 9-to-1 reduction in first gear. 9-to-1 reduction with a V8. That thing can pull tree stumps. No problem. I have no money. I just bought a house. Also, EJ, screw fuel economy. It's not about screwing fuel economy. Serious. I actually say that just so people wouldn't make snarky remarks because, you know, people make snarky remarks, and either way, I'm screwed. No, I want the bigger engine because, guys, like, don't get me wrong, there are better ways to generate energy, right? But when you're talking about towing something, you want the torque. You want the torque because you don't want the trailer overpowering the truck. So a bigger engine is probably a good idea. That's why semi-trucks exists. Speak to me in 10 miles per gallon diesel. We could put a Cummins in it. We put a Cummins in it, and then we could tow the space shuttle with that thing. No problem. Good to see I'm doing God's work, then. Who makes snarky remarks? Literally everyone. But yeah, that's what I was doing all weekend, guys.
Discovery, go and drive.
Yeah, we gotta figure out the fuel line solution. Hellfish, if you guys want a part hunt for me, I could really use find the OE stainless kit. But dude, the way Ford made this is very, very strange, to say the least. Yeah. Come and swap it. I'm down. wouldn't be the best idea to stroke the 351 and put a small blower on it for towing purposes. For towing purposes, right? Yeah, we could do that. Punch it out to 406. You know, punch it out to 406 and put a blower on it for towing efficiency, right? So those stainless lines they're very weird. Cam when, yeah, right. Well, I mean, if we're gonna stroke it, you can't just change one thing about the engine. You gotta put a cam in it. I gotta say the difference in going from the 5.0 V8 F-150 to the 6.6 towing my trailer is nuts. The F-150 felt like it was struggling to tow, and the diesel was like, what trailer? That's diesel for you. I understood some of those words. So the way Ford did this, they're all stainless lines, and it's braided stainless when it connects to the tank. It's actually really, really nice stuff, to be honest with you. But the thing is, and I should have taken a picture for it for you guys. The thing is that, so it's all steel. It's all stainless steel lines running down the left frame rail, and there's 3 lines, okay? You have your vent, tank vent, right? And then you have your pressure line, which is the yellow, and then you have your return line, which is the blue. It's a pressurized fuel injection system, right? So you have to have the vent, you have to have the pressure line, and then you have to have the return. And it's all pre-bent metal up until here, and then that pre-bent metal has a press-fitted union to a braided stainless line, which goes in here like that. It's really trick, Hellfish, to be honest. For like a stock truck, dude, it's some trick stuff. It's really nice. But Ford has special freaking fittings that are designed to fit over their I was about to say brainless. It is kind of. Over their braided lines, it has a special fitting. It's really strange, dude. And this thing has those special fittings. So I'd either have to modify this for some Dash 8 or something and just bridge the connection, or I would like to find a stock solution. But the thing is that the pre-bent metal lines with the stainless go all the way back. It's all one piece that goes all the way back to the there's a fuel distribution valve, and this thing looks like the continuum transfunctioner or something, dude. I gotta show you here. The fuel selector valve. It looks like something out of the continuum transfunction, eh? There it is. This thing. You check Tasca parts, there's no stock. Nobody sells those stock braided stainless lines. So this thing is designed to have 2 lines in from each fuel tank and 1 line out that goes to the engine. It's the fuel selector valve. So this thing's actually pretty trick. S-Master, you'd probably like this. There's a selector switch on the dash, and that selector switch controls that continuum transfunction, eh? And you can switch between the fuel tanks. So like one fuel tank goes down, you just switch it to the other. It's like using drop tanks on an aircraft. It's actually, except the tanks don't drop, obviously. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, but also that's kind of frowned upon. So you have a selector, and what's even more trick is that you have 1 fuel gauge. And when you switch the selector, not only does it switch the fuel inlet, right, but it switches the sending unit. So if I flip the switch up, it'll show me how much fuel is in the 1 fuel gauge. Will show me how much fuel is in the front tank, and if I flip it down, it'll show me how much fuel is in the rear tank. It'll just switch. It'll recycle the fuel selector. It's actually, that's cool. It's all cool because it's all mechanical. There's no computer controlling that. So like anybody that knows a little bit about like cars and how they work, like everything is computerized nowadays on a car, just like everything else. That's pretty trick because it's old school. It's all mechanical relays and stuff, which is really neat. Just like in some planes, you got to keep switching back and forth. Yeah, I mean, as some people have tricked it out so you can cross-feed. That's like a really cool, popular thing to do with those trucks. You switch it so you have a cross-feed. You add another fuel pump in line, and you can make it so you can pump fuel from one tank to the other. You could trim it out. It's actually really cool. I think it's really neat. It's kind of useless. You should just make a bigger fuel tank, but it is cool for the time. Like, it's pretty neat. So 1 tank for pump gas and 1 tank for methanol. Excuse me. Now you're thinking with portals. It's turbo. There's a button. It's just a switch, Voldemort. Yeah, you switch it up to front, and the fuel gauge will go whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, it'll just switch back and forth. Yeah, Zip Ties did the crossfeed on it. He did the manual crossfeed with some plumbing fittings, which was hardcore, Sawyer. That was sick. You know, down below the seat, you turn the freaking ball valves. That's so cool. He's like, oh yeah, this thing's a big piece of junk. Woohoo! Last picture of the lines. Yep, there they are. That's them. So they're these really nice stainless lines. I mean, look. But look at that fitting. That fitting is so strange. But yeah, that's what it came. Dude, it comes with braided steel from the factory. Talk about quality made. That's press fitted braided, dude. That's really nice. That's really tricked for the 90s. Like I must say, that it's like Starship. This looks like Starship's quick disconnect, man. It's really nice. That's how they came, and they were they have rubberized coating on them too, which it's cool. But those lines are cut on my rear tank. But see, since it's all press fitted, I have to find another solution there. But don't worry, we could Zeus something in there. We could flange it or whatever. It's really sick, dude. It's cool. Can't trim it out in a Cessna. Gotta land and pump it manually. Oof. But yeah, well, it'd be cool to do that. Like, there's no point in cross-feeding the tanks, right? But it's still, we should do that because that's cool. Actually, what you could do, just on a side note, so I have a tank here, and then there's a tank on the left. You know what we can do? The straps for this, the holes for the straps are drilled on the other side. I have no idea why they would do that. But if we ran the exhaust true duals around the sides and over the back, you could put another tank right there. So we could slave 3 tanks. And like, we could have these tanks pumped to the master tank here and then have that tank pump forward. Like, I don't know why we would need that, but it's still cool. It's still pretty neat. Like, I think that's really cool. 96 was one of the many golden years for cars. Change your mind. Well, Sneaky, with this truck, Ford had been making this box-style truck since, well, here, take a look. A little bit of a history lesson, 1980. And this is, I agree with you, this is why. If you look at a 1980 F-150, first of all, brown. But look, it's the same box and literally the same bed. With the twin tanks, everything. Dude, look at how brown it is. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so brown. It looks like a candy bar. EJ wants to take out a mortgage to fill up the truck. Cost me about $50 to fill up one of the tanks, geek. I get it. Fuel prices. I don't want to talk about it, man. I don't want to talk about it. It's a Snickers. There's actually a paint job, Sneaky, that if there's a YouTube channel called Ford Era, and Ford Era likes, dude, that guy that runs the Ford Era, Ford ERA, right? The guy that runs that channel likes Ford trucks more than I do, which is surprising, to say the least. He knows his stuff. So only 50? Yeah, 18-gallon tank. Gas up here is like 460 right now, 470. It still sucks. It's still terrible. That's like one. For everybody else, it's like what are we at? Like $1 a liter or something, $1.20 a liter. It's not bad, but it's not good either. It's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, I rescind that. It's horrible. But anyway, Sneaky, the point is that they built this by 1996, 1997. They just built this truck and they kept building it and they kept iterating on the design. So by the time 97 came around, like look, look at the drip rail. It's the same thing. It's the same bed. Ford just had one factory that was cranking out beds and cabs and doors for like almost 20 years. Easily almost 20 years. So the design, this is why, like with cars, when they redesign a car, sometimes you want to go for the last year of the last iteration of the truck because that design has matured. It's just like rockets, guys. Like, look at the early Falcon 9. Early Falcon 9 had problems with engines. It had problems landing. But now, Block 5, that right there, the Aero-style truck, is like the last iteration of this design. It is the Block 5 of this design. They weeded out all the bugs. Dude, it's a tank. That's why I bought it. Or that's one of the reasons. I know that truck wouldn't fail me. That's the reason why I chose it to drive across the country, because I knew the engine and the transmission would be fine because they iterated on it so much. Sneaky, the interesting thing is, by the mid-90s, most cars and trucks were like that. Like, for whatever reason, a lot of American trucks and a lot of American cars were really well iterated upon. They were really, 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 really fleshed out designs. And then by the late 90s, everybody tried to compete with Japanese cars. So all the cars got smaller, and they tried to compete with Japan instead of just doing their own thing. And then the cars turned into junk, blah, 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 blah. It's a long story. Damn, 04. I pay $50 for like 6 to 7 gallons. No, Shy, our fuel prices even now. So for Euro people and everybody else, our fuel prices right now are what your fuel prices were in 2019. It still sucks for us. It's not fun. It's not fun seeing the pump, like, you know, and like 3 years ago, for the same amount of gas paying half the price. That really is not fun, but it'll come back. It'll come back. It'll go back down. I have a feeling it'll go back down. And don't get me wrong, don't read into this more than it needs to be read into. We ain't gonna pay these fuel prices. We can't do it's not gonna do that. I don't think it'll go back down, to be honest. JDM Master Race. AP, you think you'd piss off a lot of people if you put like a 1UZ in this thing? Actually, 1UZ might not be good enough, dude. This thing is like, this truck weighs like 3,000 kilos. It is a freaking tank. Put a 1GZ in that? Dude, people would get mad. People would get really pissed off. People would get annoyed. Actually, you know what would be cool? You know what would be cool, Storm? You take like a Gen 1 Lightning, not an actual Gen 1 Lightning, but buy like a Gen 1 era F-150, so like 92 to 95. Put a 1J in that, or a 2J. Dude, the thing would scream. It would scream, and it would be awesome, but people would get pissed. You know what? I don't care. It would be cool. We should do that. That's a good idea. There's kits to jam electric motors in cars so you get a hybrid system. Generic, I wouldn't do that with this truck. I wouldn't do that with this one. This one, I like it because this thing is designed to get down and dirty and pull tree stumps. It's very Spartan. I don't want to complicate it. You know? Or a Ranger. Yeah, even better. Imagine putting a Mach-E motor in it. Sneaky, Mach-E motors are not enough. Like I said, that truck weighs like 4,500 pounds. This thing is heavy. It is heavy duty. Deck. Look at how beefy that freaking frame is. Sneaky, that's like 6 inches. It's a 6-inch C-channel frame. So, Euro guys, that's like 15 centimeters right there between the top and the bottom. This thing's a truck. It is a truck. It's a truck's truck. That's why I like it. It is hardcore. This thing is, dude, it's super freaking heavy. And this is all not forged. It's actually it might be. No, it's not forged steel. It's pressed. It's pressed steel. I don't know. Maybe they cast the frame. I don't know. I forget. It's strong. It's not moving. I feel like EJ would opt for a Barra before a JDM inline. Wefrel, I don't know if those frames were stamped at the time. Dude, can you imagine the press to stamp out those damn frame rails? Dude, you want power. That's power, right? Mach-E motor makes more than the 5.8 that's in it. Yeah, but it's geared, Hellfish. The 5.8 doesn't make a lot of power. It makes like 300 foot-pounds and like maybe 180 horsepower on a good day, but it's all designed for torque. It's designed to pull stuff. I mean, like, then again, so is an electric motor, but... Oh, is that yours? Yeah, AP, that's what I did over the weekend, dude. I need to get this truck ready to tow. I need it to tow so I can move. Because moving vans get expensive. Yeah, that's what it looked like before. So, Hoon cut out the rear crossmember AP for Scumbag Labs. And don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. Scumbag Labs was hilarious. So they cut out the rear cross, so the frame was kind of like this. The frame rails weren't true. At the very back, they were towed over the rear leaf spring shackles and slightly in, like this. So I only had time to put the cross member in and put 2 bolts in for Route 154, which I Loctited those up. It was fine, but the frame was still a little bit kind of like this almost. Like the 2 rails weren't perfectly parallel. But if I want to put the fuel tank in, if I wanted to put the tank back in, right, all of this needed to be factory spec true. So I measured all of this. Everything is back in line. It is exactly where it would have been for from the factory. And then I used grade 8. I used grade 8 bolts with a lock washer and a nylock on these. Those bolts, and then Loctited it. Those bolts ain't going nowhere. I made sure I slapped the top of the tank. This bolts ain't going nowhere. So everything was true, and then the rear fuel tank just slipped right in. Perfect. Easy peasy. And then I because I cleaned it up a little bit, I just spray painted the back. Yep. Did it in 2 days, dude. Yeah. That was the truck on Sunday, and that was the truck on Monday. Red Loctite, absolutely. Oh yeah. Oh, playing my summer car in real life? Yeah, my summer truck. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's the... And then yesterday afternoon, I built this banister here at my parents' house. So, did a lot of woodworking. Did a lot of car work. So, this thing is prime and ready for the tow hitch. I got to drill the holes in the frame for the hitch. Dude, I am sore as hell. I did so much work. Yeah, and then what we got to do what I got to do next week is I got to have another week of slapping this all this thing back together. We got to re-grease the front hubs. If you notice, so the keen-eyed will notice here. See the dark spot right there? It's leaking grease out of the wheel bearing hat. So if it's leaking grease out of the wheel bearing hat, that means the bearing is getting hot and it's burning off the grease for the roller bearings that are in there, which means your wheel bearing is junk. I got to do the wheel bearings on both fronts. Put Loctite on the lug nuts. Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's just a little dark splotch right there. It's on both front hubs. So I don't want what happened to the back left tire to happen to either one of these tires, so we got to take that all apart. The hubs are getting hot. When I drive the truck around, I feel the hubs. Now the back hubs, because we checked over them in Detroit, that's all fine. That's all good to go. It ain't gonna throw a tire back there. But we got to do the front hubs, and then I got to re-grease the twin eyes and stuff. So, yeah. Last, please. Today's gasoline price is $9.33 a gallon. It's rear-wheel drive. Yep. Yeah, it's a 4x2. It's a tow. This truck's designed for towing. It's designed to tow. It's not a 4x4. We could make it a 4x4. The parts bolt in. I still can't believe the diff grenaded and still works. It ate right through the welds, Bandit. I couldn't believe it. I mean, that's all Ford. Those spider gears back there are forged steel. They ain't. The weld is no match for it, as we found out. But if some does get stuck between the gears momentarily, combine that with maybe a loose lug here or there, it sheared the bolts right off. The telescope is the cream and rises to the top. So, yeah. Hokey Chief is in Greece. He's in Greece. Yeah. Talk about getting screwed. I think I know the answer, but thoughts on Ford releasing the Mach-E motor as a crate engine a few months back? Sneaky, I think that's an awesome idea, and I think Ford beat Tesla to the punch there. Hot rodders are going to want to swap that. You're going to see actual electric Mustangs. Actual electric Mustangs driving around. Sounds like diff fluid change could be worthwhile. Did it in Detroit, AP. Yeah, me and Brimo's dad took the rear end apart. Cleaned out all the leftover beads stuff from the welds. This was during Route 154 last year. Oh, dude, we went in there, we took the cover off, completely cleaned the diff out, completely drained it, degreased the damn thing, made sure we got all the crap out of it, and then we re-gear oiled it. I mean, put the cover back on, new gear oil. That rear end is fine. Dude, the rear end is chunk, man. It's like, it's 410s, AP. 410s in the back, and it's a, what is it? It's a Sterling 1025. It's a 10.25 inch ring gear, which is like, that's like, 25 centimeter. So, yeah, 25 centimeter ring gear. The thing's a freaking monster. Yeah, dude, she's a beast. It is, dude, it is a big axle. Hey, my pick, what's going on? Yeah, 10.25 inch ring gear. Thing's freaking, dude, it's chonky. It is a chonky rear end. Like I said, pulling tree stumps, dude. Yeah. 8 lug rims out back. And it's a live axle too. I'm telling you, the axle tubes are like freaking I don't even know. Like, what would that be in metric? 12 centimeter? 12 centimeter axle tube? The thing's chonk, man. Hey, my pick. You're in Back Bay right now. Awesome. You're not far from me, dude. Yeah, no, dude, I'm telling you, that's what I love about it, dude. It just looks like a regular pickup truck, but the underpinnings on this thing could pull a freaking house. I love it, dude. So, AP, I was telling somebody else, AP, in first gear, you got a 4-to-1 reduction in first gear with 410s out back. It's 410s and then like a 4.8 to 1 reduction. 9 to 1 reduction in first gear, dude. You could pull anything with that. Like, how much torque do you want? Yes. Boston's very pretty. Yeah, my pick, it's not a bad place to live, dude. It's expensive, but it's not bad. There's just a lot of people, that's all. I'm sure you're figuring that out in Back Bay right now. How much torque does that motor make? Let me get you the Newton meters. 400 Newton meters. Torque, give or take. Somewhere around there. Yeah, dude, it's a beast. What do you got there, Hellfish? New OEM lines exist, but oof, junkyard will be cheaper. So that's off Jegs. What do you got? 189 bucks. Oh, you found him. You found him on Jegs. 189. Yeah, dude, I'd rather buy a donor truck and just pull parts off of it. What's the speed in first gear? Chris, if you're in the crawler gear and you try to get the engine revs above like 3,500, the tires will just go. The tires will just chirp. Yeah, it won't do it. It won't do it. All these people on the street are actually going somewhere, right? They got to be despawning after they turn the corner. Entity count too high. My pick, I grew up in this. Dude. I'm not far from you. If you, okay. If you, like, go to a tall building, right? Or you look west, there's huge TV towers that are probably, like, 1,000 feet tall. Probably a little more than that. I'm by those towers. I'm not far from you. I'm a little north of those towers, but those are a good rule of thumb. If you want MPG's lawnmower carbs. People are doing that, Gaw. That's the meta. To get better atomization, which is really funny to me. Thunderhead did that, which is hilarious. But anyway, I could wax all day, wax intellectual all day about the truck. You guys want to see James Webb, don't you? Don't you? You guys want to see James Webb. So, NASA today released the pictures for James Webb, and I must say, that is just holy crap. I don't need to say anything, just look at it. Now keep in mind this is a color corrected image. It's color corrected to what they think those nebula clouds look like. And because James Webb is not a visible light spectrum satellite or a telescope, it takes pictures in infrared. It's an infrared telescope. Full res available, download there. Hubble was able to image this, and it was pretty good, but it didn't have all the damn stars. So, fellas, I actually took a day to do some reading a little bit about James Webb, and I just went around and did a little bit of research and stuff. There, yeah. So, couple of fun facts. So Jonathan McDowell, who is he works on the Chandra X-ray. He's actually not far from me. He works over at MIT. He's on NASA spaceflight from time to time. He's I'm pretty sure astrophysicist by trade. He was saying that if Hubble was going to image this same area, it would have taken 10 days. This took James Webb 12 hours, which not only is James Webb more it's higher clarity, but James Webb can do it faster. So that is more science, quicker, which is great. And that is a hell of an exposure. It's so pretty, dude. Like, now James Webb 2.0 put a magnifying glass the size of the Empire State Building on that telescope. Actually, Caveman, that brings me to another thing that I want to tell you guys about. I actually learned this from Hank Green. If you guys watch him, the first picture that they released yesterday. So this is the deep field picture, okay? So this is wild stuff, all right? And once again, I learned this from Hank Green from his TikTok, believe it or not. Remo linked me. But check this out. So, okay, this is the first deep field picture that they showed. And, you know, everybody's saying, like, this is if you had, like, a grain of sand in your hand, right, and you held it up to the sky, that's how much of the sky they're imaging. A very, very small amount in a huge array of galaxies and stuff. So, here's the crazy part. If you notice, right here, there's galaxies that are brighter, okay? And once again, I'm straight up parroting what Hank said. Like, I did not know this. I actually learned this from him, which is unbelievable. It is really wild stuff. These galaxies are a lot closer. The ones that have the six-sided kind of glare to it. Those are closer. But if you look at this galaxy right here, it's a little blurry, right? But if you start zooming in on this picture, right, you see streaks. See that? So this is where this gets wild, okay? Caveman, you said put a big lens on this. They don't have to. This galaxy right here, because galaxies and anything with gravitational pull in the universe, it bends space and time. James Webb is using that galaxy as a goddamn camera lens. It is using that to magnify the galaxies that are behind it. That's why these are streaky. All in here, they're all streaky. Voice crack. That's why they're all streaky in here. Because they're using that, forget Empire State Building size, galaxy-sized lens. Because galaxies warp light. They bend light. That's Einstein's relativity. That's what relativity does. Anything with a gravitational field will warp space and time. You're literally seeing that. The hell with using an Empire State Building size lens. James Webb can use a galaxy as a goddamn lens. That is ridiculous to me. That's the coolest thing that I've heard about James Webb. And like I said, that was from Hank Green's TikTok. That is unbelievable. Dude, galaxy-sized lens. James Webb can use other galaxies as a lens. And you could see basically past those galaxies. That's why the galaxies that are in the background are super streaky. Because this galaxy here is bending light and making them look streaky. Isn't that nuts? I mean, like I said, to be fair, Hubble can do that. Hubble could do it too. But not to the extent that James Webb can. What would the focal length of that be? Jim, I have no idea. Focal length? Yes, all the focal lengths. That is one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Like, you can see it. You can see the freaking lens. It's a gigantic galaxy-sized lens. That is unbelievable to me. And once again, this is something I did not know. I learned this literally yesterday, but it makes sense. It's unbelievable. That's why these galaxies look like they're stretched. What do you think the picture of exoplanet WASP 96b will like? Will we actually see the planet? I think so. What you can see is gravity bending light. Yeah, so we can see the galaxies that are behind this galaxy, which is unreal. We could see around things. That is absolutely absurd to me. The sun does that too. That's how his theories were proven in the 1900s. Yeah, they put a telescope down in Australia at a certain time to see if they could get the streakiness. Yep. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's wild, man. Just, I don't think it needs words. I can't believe how crisp this is. So, this is a nebula that's actually close to us. It's, well, on a cosmic scale, it's close to us. It's 7,600 light years away. That's really close. It's in the Milky Way galaxy, right? And this information was shared on NASA's stream, which is NASA stream. The NASA streams yesterday and today were a thing. They were a thing, but yeah, 7,600 light years away, and it's super crisp. A Carina Nebula, that's what it is, Scott. Yep. Mm-hmm. Send them your resume, will you? I think we should. Yeah, I think we should, Ando. It's getting a little ridiculous. I would be more impressed if we could focus, say, on the North Star and show the detail like we could see on the sun. I mean, it could do that farm, sure, why not? It will. I mean, dude, this thing is crazy. It is a crazy piece of equipment. Hubble and... yeah, there's the comparison. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here. Teradra, thank you for linking that. I'll show these guys. So Hubble is good, don't get me wrong. Hubble's amazing. It was nuts for the time. But watch this. Dude. And it doesn't, I know that doesn't look like much. But that's pretty crazy considering how far this stuff is away. Have you seen the Triple Galaxy Collision? Nope, I haven't. And that the Hubble image is, yeah, it's like 2 weeks of exposure. The James Webb one is like 12 hours. Exactly. Yep. I know, Jim. The crazy part about this to me is the galaxies that were really hard to see. Like I said, and somebody said it in chat, Hubble can do the galaxy brain lens bending thingamajigger. It can do that. But not to the extent that James Webb can. Look at how much clearer that picture is. Unbelievable. Can we ask NASA to take an image of your mom using James Webb? No, but we can ask NASA to take a picture of your dad. Oh, got him. Oh, wait, you don't have a dad. Sorry. Destroyed. Roasted. I'm just kidding. Except with Sirius, I'm really not. You're right, I have two. Hey, it's 2022, you don't judge, right? I mean, only a little. I'm just kidding. Here, look at this picture. And Sirius, I judge you a little bit. Just judge you a little bit. Your mom can be the gravitational lens, though. Yeah, see? Yeah. Why would we want to image it when we could use your mom as a lens? Oh, my God. You guys suck. It honestly looks like a painting. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. I want I was about to say I want James Webb to look at the moon, but that's probably not going to happen. But the pictures of Jupiter and Neptune and stuff are going to be... When does this sandstorm reach us? Yes? No? It's probably going away from us. I already ordered a poster-sized shot of that print. Yep. It's probably going away from us, if I had to guess. But, dude, I could just sit here and look at this picture all day. It's such eye candy. Looking at the moon would probably fry its sensor. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. This kills the James Webb. Pics from our solar system are coming on Thursday. So people think Earth is the only planet with intelligent life? I don't know, Fashing. Maybe. I'm sure there's someone out there. But dude, I look at this and I say, dude, we can't be the only ones here. There's no freaking way. That's like being on top of a mountain and looking at an entire forest, like looking at, you know, the Earth from like a high mountain and being like, well, I don't see anything moving down there. Nope, no one's there. There can't be any people in this shot, right? Like, even if you look at like a picture of New York City from like the top of the Empire State Building, you can't see people, right? Like, oh, there's no life. I can't see anything moving. No, I'm not seeing enough movement. New York references. I'm not seeing enough movement. Dude, there's got to be something out there. I refuse to believe that there's nothing out there. It's just the universe is huge. Huge. Vin's like, I can see my house from here. No, you can't. Your house is behind us. Does this hurt the dog? James Webb Triple Galaxy merger. Let me see. Wow. The merging is complete. Assa de Templari. I long for combat. You must construct additional pylons. No? Alright, cool. Yeah, material, you get it. There's a full res link on this page. There's a full res link on this page. There's a full res link on this page. Ah, full res. It's 150 bit fudge. Oh, and I downloaded it TIFF. Nah. Oh, crap. Yep, this might take a second. No, Mom, get off the phone! I'm using the freaking... Damn it! Oh, crap! This is gonna take another week! Unbelievable, Thomas. Half the audience here doesn't understand that. Mom, get off the phone! Don't you have fiber? Dude, this is with 100 up. 100 up, 100 down. This image is... What was the res on this image? It's almost done. I think this is like a 12K. NASA server's hammered. Yeah, probably. Oh my goodness. It's 12K. Alright, let's zoom in. Ready? Give it a second. It's not done. Oh, man. What the frick? Who thought of this? Assa de Templari. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let me come. EJ, come on, words. I'm speechless. I don't know. Like I can't even think straight looking at that picture. Okay. Is it bad if I see something like this and I'm like, we should go there? Welcome, you've got mail. Like, that's where my mind is. That's what my brain is saying. Oh, that's cool. We should go there. You'll never get there. Yeah, I know. Not with that attitude you won't, but I know. But that's what my brain is like, hey, we should go like check that out. You can go there in Elite Dangerous. Next route 154. I like the way you think, Outlaw. And we need to figure out a better way to move around in space. It's too big to appreciate when you're there. Yeah, I know. Don't get me wrong, guys. Like, I understand the scale of the universe. It's quite big. Almost to the point where it's incomprehensible. Heck, the distance to the moon in my mind is like, huh? And that's the distance to the moon would be like going out in your backyard as opposed to driving across the entire continent, you know, like it's yeah, like I look at this picture and I don't really I'm stuttering over my words, which is not something I usually do. Yeah, getting out of bed. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Dude. I'm wondering how much energy it took to make that. Is that weird? That's where my brain is going. Like, how much energy you think it took to make this thing? Like, that's Bith, what's your last? That's incomprehensible amounts of like that's just something we don't understand. Oh, nice, Bith. I'll check that out. Well, at least a few watt hours. My mind is going to how far in the past we were saying. Well, how far is it away, Rusty? Right? Like, how far is this thing away? That entirely depends, right? How many light years is it away? That's how far. Isn't that okay? Forgive me. I deal with rockets, guys. Like, for the people that are coming in that don't know me, like, I deal with like launch vehicles and stuff. Rockets. So the more launching the satellite into space than actually the satellite. Like, my astronomy and cosmic stuff, like, I understand the scale of the universe. It's gigantic, but isn't it like how many light years it is away is how far you're seeing into the past? Did I get that right? That doesn't sound right. You guys tell me. Teach me. This is probably something we should understand, right? That's correct? Oh, sweet. All right, cool. Excellent. I mean, Weed Whacker. That's correct. Dude, that's... And we're looking at is this a dying star here, or are we looking at a nebula? Leaf blower man! It's a reef blower. SpongeBob. Basically, that's correct. Yeah. Genjal, so, okay. This is going to be a little bit of a flex. I don't mean it to be a flex. I'm not an expert on this. I'm not an expert by proxy on this. I talked to... I had the pleasure before the pandemic of talking to people that work on James Webb. So I got maybe like a 30-minute spiel on how the whole thing works. And then I got to talk to people that worked on Kepler, work on K2 and stuff like that. That was at Intrepid. I don't know if we ever streamed that. I don't think we got around to it, but so like they gave me a quick like 20-minute lesson on how this all works, and I'm remembering from that one singular point. Yeah, so those guys were cool. Yeah, absolutely. Jack Ray, 51 months. So much space, we need to see it all. Yeah, right. This is a dying star, and it's actually a binary system. One of the things they discovered with what... That's a binary star. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Are those the two stars right there? This looks like there would be a star here, and there would be a star here, but... This is NGC 3132, a planetary nebula in the southern sky. It's visible with amateur telescopes. I've seen it with my 8-inch, a pretty pathetic view compared to Webb. Planetary nebulas are caused by stars going supernova. Yep. Okay, I knew that, my pick. Yeah. And releasing gas in all directions. The most spherical, circular-looking nebulas are planetary, therefore caused by a supernova. No, look at the other image. Okay. The Hubble picture. Wow, that's the... Oh. The cloud is much bigger than you think. The binaries are probably too close to make it out from that image. Just you versus the telescope she told you not to worry about. That's freaking insane, man. It's so insane that my mind is defaulting to 15-year-old jokes, okay? Not 15-year-old jokes like I made these jokes 15-year-olds, the jokes that a 15-year-old would make. I don't have anything else to say. I don't have anything useful to contribute. Like, my mind is just defaulting to stupid Zoomer jokes. Like... Frick me, that is insane. Here you go. See this. Whoa! What the frick? Well, Tatooine's gone. Alright, good to know. EJ, nothing useful to contribute, just like usual. Ow! Ow! Whoa! 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 That's not funny! Damn! Ow! Don't do that again! What the hell? Nice. Nice. What the absolute shit is this? Dude, I'm struggling to find the words here, and that's pretty rare. I usually don't stumble over my words. I have a lot of experience doing stuff live. Frick it! We'll do it live! Sorry, I forgot the cap. I was gonna say, man, damn. Ow! My face. Your favorite nebula? I always thought the Pillars of Creation was the coolest nebula, but the pillars aren't there anymore, if I'm remembering right. I DM'd you the link since it got lost in chat. Thanks, Beth. Yeah, I had it teed up, but I think I do still have it teed up. But yeah, here. Yeah, I got it. Let's see. What am I looking at here? What's even cooler is that this is infrared, so the blue is super hot and the red is just hot. Yeah, I know. It's so this box right there, that's Hubble, and then James... Oh. Dude, look at the quality difference. Unbelievable. That's wild. Jim, it's unbelievable. So this is why you like astronomy so much. No, I get it. I get you. Yep. Nope. No, I get it. Yep. I see what you mean. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's really freaking cool. Yep, that's really cool. That's all those dots are galaxies, not stars. Yeah, I know. Wow, I feel really insignificant right now. Like more than usual. It looks like an eye. If your eye was a lizard's, but you get what I'm saying. All we are is dust in the wind, dude. Ah, yes. The dust was blown off by the thing in the middle. Yeah. Full res, Chief. Well, alright, we're gonna test how good this fiber connection is today. Yep, that was fast. Oh, what the yeah, okay, I get it. I get why people are so into astronomy. That makes sense. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, I got you. Well, we're made of the stuff you see in the picture. Yes. Yeah, we're all the product of a freaking star, dude. Unbelievable. I don't got anything to say. I don't got anything to say. That's wild, man. I mean, a picture's just eye candy. I could look at this all day. Not exploded, but more puffed off, yeah. Binary star collapse, dude. Unbelievable. Where's that galaxy merging thing? I want to see that again. There you are. Is this the big one? Hello? Yep. Nope. Something's low. Oh, man. What the frick? I don't have the bandwidth for this. This is making my head hurt. Every single one of those little dots in the background, guys, every single one of them is one of those. So, okay, we're in a solar system. We live in a solar system. We're on the third planet from the sun in a solar system. A galaxy has millions of solar systems. Millions. And each one of those dots is a galaxy. Yep. Okay. Billions even. That's unbelievable, dude. It's just incomprehensible, dude. Like that, like, all right. Nah, failures. There's somebody out there. Someone's out there. Something's out there. Someone's on the wing. What one is the Ford Galaxy? I don't know. That's where Lone Star is from, though. And this is just in one direction. Yeah, it's in all directions. And... Brain cannot connect! Our galaxy has about 100 billion star systems. Someone is taking pictures of us. Yeah, I hope so. I hope there's something out there. I've always said, guys, that, like, okay, we've always, you know, people ask me about aliens all the time. They're like, you know, you get the people that are like, oh, you have a NASA hat on. Do you think aliens are out? Yeah, absolutely. There's something out there. I don't know what the hell it is, but there's something. It's got to be something. But I'll tell you this. I really hope that we're the ones discovering life and not vice versa. Yeah. I don't want Independence Day. I'd prefer Starship Troopers over Independence Day, if you catch my drift. Hey, Ma, what's going on? When is moving day? August 1st. August 1st. Can you reshare the link of the last image? This one? I'm doing my part. Yeah. I would rather have Starship Troopers. Or Star Trek. Star Trek would be preferable. Yeah, Sir Toy, I know. It's... dude, I don't have any words. Like I hope we're the ones that are finding things, I guess. Top galaxy in that picture, you can see the black hole emitting 40 billion times the amount of light energy of our sun. Yeah. Neil's like, I would like to know more, actually. Yes, I actually would like to know more. Please. I've actually preferred neither of those. In Starship Troopers, humanity wasn't exactly doing so great in the war against the bugs either. Yeah, but we were winning. Do you ever wonder if there's something somewhere out there and how advanced they are? Oh, yeah, all the time, Cosworth. That's what we were just talking about. There's so many freaking galaxies. Dude, Star Wars could exist out there for all we know. Like, it's... I got no words. I don't really have anything that, like, this is just... This will help. I see the wallpaper thing, Chief. Yeah. Dude, I don't have any words. Like, can we look at this one again? What the What the frick? Yeah, I know, Goblin. Yeah, grain of sand in the sky. That's what Bill Nelson said yesterday when he was talking about the telescope. That it's like holding a grain of sand at arm's length up in the sky. And if you do that, you can see pudding. Well, thank you very much for that great analogy, Bill. We're going to make sure that James Webb is doing all of the science that we need.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I love Thomas Zurbuchen. That guy's my hero. Deep field pudding. This looks like pudding that my wife was making the other day. And I tell you, the proof is in the galaxy pudding. The universe is just made up of one big finite amount of pudding. Now, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I really don't mind. Really don't mind what's going on. It's pretty good stuff. Deep field pudding. This is the Tapioca Nebula. I can't do it. I can't do Bill like that. It's pretty damn impressive. I can't do Bill like that. Can't do it. There's this big thing, and then you can see a pretty detailed far off galaxy on the left behind the big nebula. Unbelievable. All I've been able to surmise from looking at these pictures is an imitation of a guy talking about pudding. That's it. I wish I knew more about this. I could probably learn more, but it's just, that's wild. It makes me makes me want to buy a damn telescope. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Now I got to do high-powered rockets and now I got to buy a freaking telescope. Oh wait, I have one. It's probably not a good telescope, but either way, we'll figure it out. You are pudding. We are all cosmic pudding. Supernovas are crazy. Well, yeah, the star. So okay, all right. Let me see if I can remember this. So stars are slowly expanding over time. They expand and they expand and they expand and they expand, and then they collapse. And when they collapse, you get an insane release of energy, right? And that insane release of energy is a supernova, right? But that doesn't happen to every star, right? Not every star does a supernova. Not every star does that. It depends on what the star is, right? What the star is burning, what fuel it's using. Depends on the star. They can die in multiple ways. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I know that supernova isn't the only way. There's red dwarfs and there's white dwarfs too, right? Some are duds. Yeah, some will just keep expanding and then they'll just fizzle out. They won't implode on themselves. This is not a regular supernova, if I recall correctly. This is the death of a regular star. Interesting. Please note that it's not where the alien life is located, it's also when. Yeah, of course. Our star will not go supernova, for instance. Yeah, sometimes also stars can just be unstable and just pop. Well, Bandit, yeah, we should probably, get out of the solar system eventually. Our solar system. Yeah, we should probably, I mean, I know billions of years away, I get it, but if they could just pop, we should probably get out of here. Should probably go find the streets closed, pizza boy, find another way home. Excuse me, one pop. You can take such pictures even with a regular-ish camera. Let me see, Shinar. Let me see it. So you took this? Wow, hey, that's impressive. Not bad for a little telescope. I mean, dude, I have one. I forgot. My buddy gave it to me. I had a buddy that I worked with, and he won it at a corporate raffle or something where we worked at Best Buy, and he's like, I don't want this. You want this? I'm like, yep. Yes, I do. Stack of 100 photos. Unbelievable. I don't know, Kyron. I'd have to go find it. I just want to look at this one. Can we just look at this? There's a lot of light pollution in Eastern Mass, though, right? Yeah, I'm not my house is a good distance. My house that I'm moving to is a good distance away. There is still going to be light pollution because you're in the Northeast, but there will be less light pollution, which is, it's less than, dude, I live in the city. If I try to look up at the night sky, the only thing that's visible are the brightest stars, and that's about it. And maybe a planet if there's no clouds. Now, compare that to what I saw in New Mexico at Spaceport America when me and Aye were driving back to the hotel. On the second night, and once again, we should have streamed it, but I don't think we had any reception out there. We stopped on the side of the road at a scenic overlook. And I didn't really get to tell this story because I got COVID and I was sick, but we stopped at a scenic overlook in New Mexico, and dude, there was no one, literally no one around. I couldn't believe how quiet it was. It was very quiet, and there was not a cloud in the sky, and you could see everything, just with your eyes, you could see everything. What blew my mind even more is all the satellites that are floating around up there. I know astronomers are going to be like, yeah, we know, EJ. I get it. I see the yeah, dude, we could see, there were Starlinks everywhere. You could see them. You could just see them, plain as day, just zipping across the sky. Rocket stages, satellites. Ironically, we saw Hubble. Dawson Aye and I, we saw Hubble. We saw Hubble pass by, which was pretty cool. Stars with lots of carbon in them become giant planet-sized diamonds. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah. it's yeah. You could see everything, dude. You could see the Milky Way galaxy, which is just all right. Yeah, I was just sitting there. I'm like, yep, this is more stars than I can see at night. Okay. So, boss, railways. I'm no, Tess. I don't need a link to a game right now. I'm a little bit busy. I'll tee it up and we'll check it out later. Check out my pics taken in my backyard. Those aren't bad at all. Yeah, those are pretty good. Yeah, next time you do that, turn off all the lights. Yeah, Bandit, there were no lights to turn off in New Mexico. And we just sat there. Yeah, I noticed that. If you let your eyes adjust, you can see everything, which is unbelievable. And what's even crazier is that I noticed that you can't see stuff looking straight ahead. But if you want to look at something, you look just a little bit to the side of it, and you could see it a lot clearer. Like, you could see it out of your peripheral, which is just how human eye work, I guess. It's like draw distances in video games. You guys ever notice that? You can see further if you look off in one side. Unbelievable. Yeah, there's Bith's overlay. Unbelievable. So this box is Hubble and the other one is James Webb. Dude, I can't believe this. I don't have really much words. Like, it's my job to sit here and talk about this. That's impressive, dude. Just like every time I stop here and look at this picture, my brain goes into sensory overload and I'm just like, okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool, S. Yeah, somebody... I think I X'd out of it just by accident. Oh, yeah, no, I got it. Here, look. Yeah, here, check this out. Very nice. Okay. No, Booster 7 is after. Yeah, that's what I saw, dude. When we were out in New Mexico. Don't get me wrong, it did not look like that. It did not look like that, but I did see this. You could see the stardust, which is I don't even know if that's what that's called, but wow. All right. Hey, how you doing? Jesus. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm way lost. I'm lost. I'm just looking at stuff. This is Hubble's deep field picture, right? Like, if we refresh this page, right? That's the resolution difference, right? Like, this is James Webb's deep field picture, right? And then just zoom it out. Zoom it out. Grain of sand, quite literally. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes, that's one of the first things I talked about. The reason why everything looks like you're looking through a fisheye lens here is because the galaxy in the center of this picture is warping space and time, and they're using the galaxy as a gigantic lens to see what's behind it. This stuff is behind it. The stuff that's darker, that's behind that galaxy. It's not to the side. It's just, yeah, galaxy brain lens. All right. Yeah, I didn't know that. I'll be honest with you. I didn't really think that that's how that do, but that is how it do be like that. Link to this, please. Sure. Yeah. You can use, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You can use a galaxy as a gigantic lens. Can I just... It's pretty damn profound right there. Please read last. Sorry. Okay. Look at all that, and people say we can pollute space. We're not even the size of an atom. TJ, they're talking about low Earth orbit, but yes. I missed the link. Yeah, we'll just sit here and... Can we look at James Webb to get it? Can we use James Webb to get a better look at Alpha Centauri? Yeah. So yes, Geek. Yeah, absolutely. So this first picture that I showed, this cloudy boy, that's 7,600 light years away. 7,600 light years. So if you were traveling at the speed of light, it would take 7,600 years to get there, right? Alpha Centauri is like 5 light years away. It's in single digits. 5. This is 7,600. Yeah, so Alpha Centauri, you're traveling at the speed of light. It'd take 5, 6, 7. I forget how far it is away. I know it's close. It's not 7,600. So yes, absolutely, dude. Oh yeah. That's just paint. It's just paint. You know, it's just... Yeah, Luke, that's what I was saying. We should go here, but we're never getting there unless we... I mean, I don't even know if an Alcubierre drive would be enough. $4,300 light years is Alpha Centauri? I thought it was less than that. It's 4.3 light years to Alpha Centauri. Yeah, it's single digits. Alpha Centauri, if we could figure out something that goes faster than the speed of light, or not faster than the speed of light, if we could figure out a way to go light speed, which is pretty much... yeah. From what I understand, approaching the speed of light does weird things. The universe starts dividing by 0, if you catch my drift. But if we had like hyperspace, even going at the speed of light, it would take 4 years to get there. It's just that's not too bad. That's not too bad, to be honest. Peepo G. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Divide by 0. Technical term. I think warping space and time is something that would be a way better way to get there. But even then, I don't think we... I don't know how, like... I don't even know if that's fast enough. Hey, CosmoQuest! How are you guys? I'm just looking at this picture. I don't really have a good amount of words or anything. CERN here to save the day, indeed. I think bending space is a lot easier than trying to travel through it, you know? I would ask what the CosmoQuest raiders were looking at, but I'm pretty sure I know what you guys were doing. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I know what you guys were up to. Yeah, Loopy, I know. I want to go there. Is that bad? I want to figure out an avenue to get there. I want to go there. I know that I'm pretty damn sure I understand how far that is away. I know that that's not probably not going to happen. But it could. Which instrument took these pictures on James Webb? I'm not sure. Anyway, CosmoQuest Raiders, thank you very much. You want people that know more about the astronomy side of things than your boy here? I'd go check out CosmoQuest. Yeah, Loopy, it's pretty profound, isn't it? It's sad that we probably won't be able to do that because the tech's so far away. Yeah, B, I don't think... I've talked about that before, B. We actually talked about that last Space News. Look, I fully understand how difficult it is. How difficult it would be to get anything useful out there. I mean, Voyager 1 and 2 is outside of our solar system, and that's a big accomplishment, right? But I refuse to believe that we couldn't find an avenue of transportation to get there. There's a way. There has to be. Those stars got out there somehow. I think it's absurd to think that we couldn't get out there too. And don't get me wrong, those stars got out there over 13 billion years, right? I get it. I understand. There's got to be a way. There has to. I don't want to sit there and say that there's no hope. That's stupid. I don't think that's a good way to think about things, you know? Everyone said that going to the moon was impossible until we did it. And now, once again, that's just an analogy. I understand that this is a little bit further away. In our lifetime? I don't know. If you ask somebody in 1945, are we going to be able to get to the moon in the next 20 years? They would have looked at you like you were nuts. You know, a little bit. Like I said, a little bit of hyperbole on my part. Like, I get it. I know it's 7,600 light years away. That's a long way. That's not 250,000 miles. I get it. But man, there's got to be a way. We got to figure that out. CERN or something, or the Hadron Collider or something. We'll figure it out. We can figure it out. I know we can. Don't underestimate humanity. I think we could do it. I think we could go there. Maybe not in our lifetimes, but we could go there. Absolutely. Someone will figure it out. Have you already covered the booster? Nope. No, I haven't. And then when I do switch to Booster 7 stuff, people are going to ask, I'm going to get 1,000 people asking if I've looked at James Webb Space Telescope pictures today. James Webb Project scientist says that Webb's first observations within our solar system will be released Thursday. Yep. Yeah, we knew that already, Forge. Since they still last a million more years, yes, it's possible. At this rate, I doubt it. Yeah, subs, like, once again, you could sit here and you could say that it's all inevitable, but that's very nihilistic, I think. Nihilistic? I think that's the right way to say that. I don't like thinking like that. Look, you acknowledge that we're not perfect, and then keep moving. All right? Going to the moon wasn't possible until we did it. You know? Splitting the atom was considered impossible for a long time, and then we did it. All right? We'll figure it out. It's just going to take time. But, you know, nobody likes the people that sit there and say, well, that's not going to work. Yeah, great, good. Thanks for helping.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You want to get there? You want to be a stick in the mud about it? You know, like, oh, we'll never get there. Oh, we'll never get there. All right, whatever. Thanks. Yeah, with that mentality, we definitely won't get there. Thanks for contributing, you know? I don't like thinking like that. I don't think that's a good way to think. We can get there. We're not going to do it in our... I don't think we'll do it in our lifetime. But I do not underestimate humanity. We're pretty damn smart. You will never get there. Yeah, that's... See, Endo, that's probably more of a logical conclusion there. I'd say humanity will get there. It probably won't happen in our lifetime, but I think we could figure that out. Yeah, I figure we could hook that up. You know what I'd like to see? 2 galaxies at the same time. Up close, man. And damn straight always wanted to do that. You know, people, freaking 20 years ago, people said an image like this was impossible. You know what I mean? We'll figure it out. There's no doubt in my mind. They're tucked away in the commissioning report. Oh, yeah? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, someone linked this already. Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, that's pretty damn impressive. I wonder what Earth looks like through James Webb. James Webb's facing away from Earth, Creation, so it'd be really hard to get a picture of it. First, we have to stop fighting each other. Yeah, Fashing, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's what I mean. You acknowledge the problem and you work around it, just like engineering. Nobody's ever going to stop fighting each other. That's not going to happen. Someone's always going to complain about a free lunch. So frick it. Frick those people. Don't be a part of that crap. But you got to acknowledge that it's always going to happen. But also, this is happening at the same time. See what I mean? Focusing on the negative like that is a self-defeating mentality. If we try to focus on not fighting each other, guess what's going to happen? We're going to fight each other. Yeah, that's how that works. So, I prefer when it comes to spaceflight to stick to a positive mentality. But you got to, like, you can't ignore problems. You just got to acknowledge them and work around them. Work the problem, right? Look at what we can accomplish if we focus on the positive. That's pretty neat. This is pretty neat. I think that's pretty cool. The micrometeorite that hit the mirrors? Nah, it didn't do anything. Yeah, it's good. I know that this is a minuscule chance given the small size of it, but would it be possible to get a picture of James Webb of Voyager? I don't think it's that good, Kelly. I'm not sure, though. What, in a picture of dust? Yeah, PY, but it's space dust. I'll tell you, it's space dust. You put space in front of it and it's cooler. I could say toilet and people would be like, I could say space toilet and people would be like, whoa, what? You know it's true. Don't sit here and say that it's not. That's bullcrap. That's space dust. That's cooler than regular dust. It is. It's cold. It's cold up there. Just saying. Oh, that's pretty neat. Look at that. It's a galaxy. It's a lot of galaxies. You could tell they're galaxies because of the way they are. Well, that's pretty neat. Spacecraft. I could talk about poop in space and people would be like, what? I don't know why, but yeah. I've always said we just need one person to tow back an asteroid with a valuable material in it. I mean, yeah, maybe. How thick would this be? Like a sandstorm? Goalie, if we flew into that part of the nebula, you wouldn't even know. Dude, the scale here... Dude, the scale here is incomprehensible. See these? Those aren't stars, man. Those aren't suns. Those are galaxies. There's billions of suns in each one of those. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even be able to see it. If we like were able to get here, we'd have to be a couple trillion miles away from this thing. Like probably more than that, 100 trillion miles away to be able to see this thing. It would be like, I mean, dude, like, once again, incomprehensible scale. Our entire Milky Way galaxy could fit in that pillar easily, like 1,000 of them. Well, not even 1,000. It's more than that. This scale is ridiculous. It's incomprehensible. Like, I could say it's 1 trillion miles away, and people would be like, that's a high number. You don't know how much 1 trillion miles is. It's a long way. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, that thing is bigger than the sun to Proximus entire. Yeah, it's unbelievable, dude. Like, once again, the size here, Goalie, is unbelievable. How far is it? Yes. Like, dude, I don't know the exact distances here, but I know that our galaxy could fit in that stupid thing, and our galaxy is not small. This nebula is likely within our galaxy. A good chunk of these stars we see here are in our galaxy. However, a number of them aren't, and are other galaxies. Once again, this scale is unprecedented, man. It's unbelievable. What is that, Kelly? Oh yeah, we spent a good amount of time looking at that one. So when are we looking at the universe that was only minutes old? There shouldn't be any galaxies to see. Doom, I don't think James Webb can image that far. I don't think it can see that far. It can see further than Hubble, but I'm not sure. I don't think it can see the Big Bang, so to speak. I know it can go pretty far back, but I don't know the exact amount. I'm sure someone knows. What's that, Forge? Oh, nice. They could see right after the Big Bang, 13.6 billion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
88 months per hour. Has anybody made that joke yet? Actually, J-Speed, no, they haven't. It's 500 million years past the Big Bang. Yeah, Fashing, that, and you know what? That's pretty damn close to the Big Bang. That's... Hokey, you made that joke? Are you... Oh, yeah, you did. You did. And then somebody had an 88-month resub before that, and they were like, oh, I missed the opportunity to do a Back to the Future joke. So, yeah, you're the third one. That's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
84. Hey, that's my computer background. I'll give you a Big Bang. One of these days, chat. Right to the galaxy. Bang. Zoom. Who understands? Okay, who understands that one? I mean, if you got that reference, good for you. Yeah, that's an old reference. It's an older reference, but it checks out. Sad to say that I did. I know it through Family Guy. Yeah, it's good enough. Andy, how are you? Very old reference. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Oh, man, that's... Yeah. I'm having a little bit of an existential crisis over here. Like... Can't stop looking at it. I looked at the painting, Ray. I can see it, Ray. It's staring right at me. Yeah, Andy, these images are insane. Once it gets large enough, light will never reach us from beyond 15 billion years or something because expansion. Yeah. Shadow, something like that. Yeah, Adam, I believe the deep field picture, not necessarily this one. This is the Carina Nebula. the deep field picture is 10 hours, I think it was. Hubble, to do the same deep field picture, would take like 12 days or something like that. Someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes! Did you notice that James Webb produces different star flares than the Hubble does? Yeah, it's six-sided. It's six-sided, Loopy. I would assume that it's a six-sided kind of flare, lens flare, so to speak, because hexagons, but could be wrong. I know, Squall. Yeah. Tengo nada a hablar. But hexagons are bestagons. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at it. You just look at it with me. It's unbelievable. You're a horizontal point. Yeah, I got you. Yep. Just frick me, man. Like I don't. So, like, okay, so the people that don't know me, just in case there's folks coming in that don't know me, like, I deal with rockets. I know the rockets. I can teach people about the rockets, how the rockets work, how something launches into space, like how James Webb got where it got, the orbit that it's in, around the Lagrangian point. It's orbiting around the L2, it's orbiting around the Earth-Sun L2 point. Like, I know how it got there. Like, I could teach people the orbital mechanics behind that. I don't know so much the astronomy side of things, but I'll tell you what, I can very much see why people like this. Yeah, I don't have words. That is fascinating. I can't stop looking at it. All right. Here, let's look at another one. Let's look at the, just the. Oh my God, that's so freaking cool. Oh God, it hurts. It hurts how cool it is. Oh, that's so cool. Where is L2? It's out past the moon, Astro. The blue is hot ionized gas from being exposed to solar radiation. The orange is the cooler molecular cloud. It's so... My phone pictures are not as sharp. Nice. Here, Loopy, you're really driving the infographic, so we'll look at the infographic. Let's see. Gorg balls. Nice. What are diffraction spikes? That's what they're called. Let's see. Oh, okay. I see. The diffraction pattern is different because of the lens. So I was not far off, I guess. Primary mirror influence. Primary mirrors in reflecting the telescopes cause light waves to interact as they direct light to the secondary mirror. So even if a telescope had no struts, it would still create a diffraction pattern. The shape of the primary mirror, in particular the number of edges it has, determine the mirror's diffraction pattern. Light waves interact with those edges to create perpendicular diffraction spikes. Webb's 8-pointed stars. Yeah, see, Loopy, what I was thinking wasn't too far off. Hold on a second. They're hexagons. Hexagons, bestagons. That's what's causing the big diffraction, right? But there's a smaller one in there, and that's strut influence between the primary and secondary mirrors. I get it. That makes perfect sense. Okay, back to looking at pictures. Okay, I want to look at more pictures. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What's the 20-second explanation of the explosion? Blackbird, I actually haven't looked at it. I have only looked at it real quick. We could probably trace it and figure out what's going on to an extent, but yeah, we'll get into Booster 7 stuff in a moment. You know, just of course everything crazy happened to just happened to be on my day off, because why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Of course it is. Of course it is. I need it, and I couldn't have streamed yesterday. I had the truck in pieces on my parents' freaking front lawn. This is the Southern Ring Nebula. This is a binary star that's collapsing, from what chat was telling me. Guys, I don't know too much about this, but that's what chat was telling me. It's a binary star that's collapsing, which is just all right. Yeah, and then there was Starlink. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course. Starlink, James Webb, Booster 7, all at once. The Starlink launch was sweet. It was just foggy. I watched it on my phone while I was underneath the bed of the truck putting tail lights back together. The out of the cloud shot was freaking awesome, dude. Yeah. Yeah. I said this when I first saw this picture. I see this picture and my mind immediately defaults to how much energy did it take to do that. And yeah, nope, that a lot. Yep. The answer is yes. Dude, at least 1 joule. At least 2 kilowatts. 1.21 gigawatts. We should like figure out a way to harness that energy. We should figure that one out. Yeah. Have you tried just solving all of humanity's problems? It's obvious. That's the obvious solution, right? Like, would you say that it took a plethora? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Enko, I think it took a plethora of energy. Mm-hmm. A Dyson Swarm could harness that. Oh yes, let's just use this technology that doesn't exist, but only in theory, to capture energy from a star. That's only theoretical as well. Yes. Have you tried just solving all the problems of spaceflight in one shot? Yes. Yep. What's that, Kelly? Yeah, we've seen that picture. That's actually a website, dude. Look, here. I think I still have it up. Yeah, here it is. Here's the deep field picture that James Webb took, and and all those in that picture are galaxies. Wow, I feel pretty insignificant right now. Link, please, please, Link. I got you. Did you see Webb's images of Jupiter? What, these ones? Oh yeah. You aren't insignificant. You don't even rate on the significance meter. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, dude, humanity itself doesn't even rate on the significance meter. Like, that's how metal the freaking universe is, man. This explains how Nebula was formed. How is universe formed, Bandit? Can you star while you are stagnant? Can you get stargananant? Can you see print shops doing overtime with requests for posters of these? Yes. And you know what's crazy is that print shops can print this. You can make a scrim vinyl print of this if you really wanted to. Tessa, the thing is with print shops, and I worked in a print shop, so I know, you cannot somebody can't just take a picture off the internet and print it. We can't do that. Most print shops can't do that. It's against the law because if it's a copywritten picture, you're screwed. And somebody claims the copyright on it, you're screwed. Yeah, absolutely. When I worked in a print shop, they made a big deal about that. Do not reprint copywritten pictures. That is very, very, very much against the law. You wouldn't download a picture. But these pictures are public domain, so yeah. Oh yeah, you could print these willy-nilly. Pictures from NASA, I printed those left and right. Now, AP1, sure, yeah, okay. It's against the law, but people still do it. You wouldn't download a car, would you? Yeah, NASA images are public domain. So yeah, you could show up with this on a flash drive in 12K and ask them to print it, and you're not breaking any law. This is why I always make sure during break to watch footage from NASA and footage from the Air Force and stuff, because that's all public domain. We can watch it, and I don't have to worry about people being like, no, that's actually my video. No, it's not. I would have, but because of that PSA I didn't. I wouldn't have got away with it, too, if it weren't for you meddling kids. What's the full-frame focal length equivalent of James Webb? I don't know. Do you have a Discord link? Loop, ! Discord. It's our video. Tavarish, pashli, davai. Davai. Fun fact, the music in that ad would actually copyright and install it. Oh, that makes that even better, Zonku. That's hilarious.
Discovery, going through.
Fly Invader. Soviet Russia, rocket is public domain. Yeah. I mean, if we could like 3D print a car, I probably would do it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, are you going to TwitchCon EU?
Discovery, going through.
Nah, Mike, I bought a house. I don't have any money. Don't get me wrong. I'm poor because I have assets. I don't have any liquidity right now. So yeah, I can't go. I thought Alarmy took all of NASA's pictures. Yeah, that's so funny when they stamp their copyright on a NASA picture. I'm car shopping right now. It's ridiculous. Blackbird, you can always buy an old truck. Buy an old truck? No, it's not the flashiest ride. No, it's not the best ride. No, it's not fuel efficient, but you didn't pay 50 G's for it either. So how goes the house hunt? Creation, we closed on a house. We closed on a house last month, and I move in about 2 weeks. How could they stamp a copyright on it? They put a copywritten watermark on it, Astro. Yeah. Yeah, Blue Adder, I know about Space Engine. Yep. Thanks. Yep. Nice, Azanku. That's cool. Yeah. Creation, I have a house that has a gigantic freaking garage in it. Industrial garage. It looks like a high bay. Did you say no takebacks when you signed? That's what's... Yeah, that's... Yes. Yeah, of course. No backsies. Actually, as if they don't agree to get the house up... If they didn't agree to get the house up to code and actually do it, it didn't provide evidence of them getting the house up to code. I could have said backsies, yeah. I would have been like, no, I'm not buying this. There's a lot of buyer protection and seller protection laws in this state. You realize the dream I'll probably never realize. Yeah, Creation, like I said, I was in that same boat 5 years ago. I never thought I was going to buy a house, but then I did. It's not as impossible as you might think. It's just buying a house is difficult. And don't get me wrong, it's more difficult nowadays than it's been in the past. I'm not going to sit here and say that it isn't. It's a difficult task, but remember, anything that's difficult to accomplish is usually worth it. Well, that's the hard path. It's the hard path principle. You take the easy road, you're not gonna reap any rewards. Higher risk, higher reward. Simple as that. Now, some people don't like that, and that's fair. I understand that, but dude, it's not unobtainable. It's not. Look at me. I mean, I'm a pretty good example, dude. I lived with my parents till I was 30 because I thought I was never gonna buy a house, and then I did, just like that. There you go. Yeah, Gabe, it's unbelievable. There you go,
Nothing's
Dag.
unobtainable with a sugar mama.
Oh. Ouch. That's what I tell myself in your PhD pursuits. Ouch. Damn. Primo coming in. Coming in with the spice. Someone call 911. There's been a murder. Now, for my generation, it's trying to find a... Oh, firework, that sounds like a lot of excuses to me. Get some ointment for that burn? I'm already sunburned from yesterday. It's fine. It's fine. You know, if you're burned, you just get burned more, and that's fine. That's okay, right? It's not. Oh, hey, Novus. Yeah. Looking at the picture, huh? Yeah. Just gotta save. Yeah, I mean, that's it, dude. You just gotta save up. Yeah, that's all. It takes time, dude. Like, I've been saving up cash for pulling the trigger on stuff like this, and education and all that other stuff for a really long time, basically since 2012. It's taken a while. Like I said, it's a hard road to travel, but it's doable. You know, that, and, you know, going at it as a team as opposed to by yourself, that is useful. Brimo's not wrong. Compare this to the Hubble image. Oh, we already have that here. Yeah, a viewer, Biff in chat did an overlay. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's right, Late. Do you ever plan on going back to school? Yes. I mean, like, guys, like I said, even in the time where it's the hardest to buy a house, it's difficult to buy a house right now. It's difficult to buy cars right now. It's difficult to everything right now. Still did it. Still did it. I will have saved up for a house when you turn 70. That's your country, man. I'm talking about where I live, dude. I can't speak for other countries. I don't know how hard it is to buy a house over there. Where can I buy a new James Webb telescope? Northrop Grumman would be the place to start, Bomb. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's unobtainable, but yeah, that's probably something that yeah. I don't think we could buy a James Webb telescope. I think it's out of our price range. Anonymous cheer with 1 bit. They will happily make another one for you for about 20 billion. Yeah, yeah. Just 3D print one. You wouldn't download a telescope and then launch it into space. Northern Snowcat, thanks for the bits, dude. Oh, you know I would. Hey, Farm, how you doing, buddy? So once again, guys, we're looking at some of the James Webb pictures, and I'm struggling to find the words here, man. Oh man, like Galaxy is on Orion's belt. All I could think of is just stupid movie references to galaxies. Like, it's just, okay. Wow. Luvor when? Yeah, James Webb has a bigger brother called Luvor. Guys, here. Luvor is like James Webb on steroids. So, yeah, it's just bigger, just James Webb, but bigger. Yeah, we need Luvor. We should have like a constellation of these things. Luvor B has been all but confirmed as the next one. I mean, Ian, I would be happier with just another one of these. To be honest with you, I'll just take another one of these. For what? For more science, man. How are they going to origami that? Bigger rocket, man. So my grandkids will see that one after 100 billion spent. I think they should just make more James Webbs, to be honest. Put them at the other Lagrangian points. I know it's a little bit more complicated than that, but also, you buy more James Webbs, the price goes down. Just saying. Buy in bulk, man. Works with Walmart. It works with spacecraft. It's true. We did all that tech and all that research to put that stupid thing together. And now we're just gonna, no, we don't need to do that. Let's do this design. No, just make another one of those. Make another one of those. Make like 60 of these things over here. That should be really easy to make. Just make more. Have you tried just making more multi-billion-dollar satellites? Please just make more. 5 head. Yeah, we could get way more pictures way faster with 2 of these things. I don't know where the other one's gonna go, but whatever. We have James Webb at home. James Webb at home. Hubble. How large is a Lagrangian point? Well, past Latron, Lagrangian points. Lagrangian points are neutral points in gravity between 2 celestial bodies, right? How much gravitational pull a Lagrangian point has is entirely dependent on the 2 celestial bodies that are making said Lagrangian point. It really depends. The one between the Earth and the Sun is pretty big. James Webb is actually orbiting around a neutral point of gravity. So, here, I'll show you. So I'll give you this visualization. This visualization is pretty good, right? So L2, right there, L2 is where James Webb is, if that's the sun and that's Earth, okay? Earth, sun, L2. Now you see how, if you look at this right here, how it's a neutral point in gravity. It's flat. James Webb is actually orbiting around, wrong way. I'm trying to figure out the right way to weatherman this. It's orbiting around L2 like this. Actually, it's more up and down, but you get the idea. Yeah, it's orbiting around the Lagrangian point. This area right here. It's actually more this way. Up and down, like an ellipse up and down, but that's where it is. It's pretty crazy. How does it do that? It uses gravitational precession from the Earth. And I do believe it uses some from the moon as well to stay there, but I could be wrong. Hey, Dr. Borg, 27-month resub. Thank you. There's this thing getting cooked in the background. That's crazy. Link, please, for the Lagrangian points? Yeah, sure. A 10-meter fairing for Block 1B would certainly be nice for a big telescope, just saying. Yeah, and yeah, that would be a pretty good idea. Forge, what is this? Oh yeah, here we go. Yep. All right. Why is there not a bunch of asteroids stuck at L2? Wouldn't it be possible for a small planetoid to form there? There's micrometeorites out there. One already hit the telescope, Kelly. But it's not... I don't think it's enough gravitational pull to be able to hold stuff in place. What in the absolute frick? Yeah, that's James Webb 2.0. Jeez. Are they going to put Levore on the end of a robotic arm? Do we have a rocket big enough for this? There's one sitting on a mobile launcher inside of the VAB right now. Just needs a better upper stage and a bigger fairing. Build it in KSP. But the part count, man. The part count. Ugh. How am I gonna build frickin' this? How am I gonna build the sun shield? We don't have any cloth. I am never gonna financially recover from this. Flags. Flags don't have cloth simulation on them, you dope. Nice. That's crazy. Unbelievable. So yeah, guys, we've been just looking at James Webb pictures all day. It's just, I have no words, man. This one of the Carina Nebula is unbelievable. Does the sun shield act like a solar sail at all in any way? That's a really good question, Fax. And yes, it absolutely does. That's why James Webb has a rudder on it. It has a rudder. Yeah. Oh, do you think I'm kidding? Here. Here, I'll show you. So watch, this is from the deployment sequence. There is absolutely a rudder on this thing to help trim the sails, so to speak. Oh yeah, so it doesn't move. Yeah, there's a rudder on the back for solar winds. You'll see. Link, please. Oh, yeah, okay. Nice, Papa Bear. Yeah, see, there it is right there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
See that thing? That's the rudder. Momentum flap. See? It has one, Fax. That's a really good question. Oh yeah. That's what it... That thing helps literally keep the sails on an even keel. Because solar wind is just wind. And the sun shield does act like a big freaking sail. They use that to basically work like a body flap to trim it out like a rudder on a sailboat. Strenuous, how are you? Yeah. The sun shield's about the size of a tennis court. Guys, it's a big satellite. It's very big. Hey, Havix, 24-month resub.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Rarest, as an instructor for public speaking, I want to applaud you for your style. Whether you're trained or not, you're an excellent teacher. This is why I continue to sub here. Yeah, you get better at it over time, Rarest, but thank you. I appreciate the kind words, man. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, that thing is freaking cool. Yeah, that's pretty damn impressive, dude. Pretty dang impressive. I'm just gonna, if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna make it. I'm just gonna, yeah. Just, you know, for science. It's for science. It you know, it's for science. You know, just, you know, just in case I don't have any internet, you know, just in case. And the same thing, new folder, download all the image. Yep, yeah, that's just those are Hubble. Hubble. Old and busted. Bith, I'm taking your composite. You made this? I made this. Just, oh, yeah, that's the same picture, but still. That's the deep field picture. There's the Jupiter stuff. There's the... Okay, I think that's all for now. All right. So, I'm sure that won't be the last time today we're talking about James Webb or anything. But also, at the same time, you guys like explosions? What's up, guys? I heard you like explosions in Mudkips. Old reference. Yeah, I'm old. I get it. So Booster 7 was doing a big old test yesterday while these images were being released. This was yesterday on the pad, and NASA Spaceflight, our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight, got a pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, here, just watch.
A Falcon 9 before. If you were on NSF Live with us yesterday, oh hey, whoa,
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa!
they've done that with Falcon 9 before. If you were on NSF Live with us yesterday, oh hey, whoa,
Whoa! Whoa!
We've had an anomaly. We have to secure the area.
They've done that with Falcon 9.
Yeah, it happened at 4:20. Can't make that up. Better version, Ian? Oh, okay. Please excuse the expletives here. Oh, I can't play this, man.
If you were on...
I can't play that, dude. People will get mad. I mean, I want to play with yes. I mean, but yeah. So, supposedly the shock wave was felt 6 miles away. Yeah, so, okay. There was a lot of speculation as to what happened here, obviously. Fellas, that's methane. That is methane. That's a methane combustion. I'm pretty damn sure. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, people saying, "Oh, the booster wasn't tanked with this. The booster wasn't tanked with that." This thing definitely has that. There's definitely methane in here. Speculation. I'm quite sure it went kaboom. So this looks to be some pre-burner test. That would be my guess here. It looks to be a pre-burner test with all 33 engines all at once. And don't get me wrong, I've read that it actually was. They tried to start all 33 Raptors all at once. No methane. The recondenser wasn't on. Yeah, see, Balxy, there's a lot of people that are saying there's no methane, but there's no methane. Oh, there's no methane. Yeah, but then there's this.
Oh, hey.
There's also that. LOX doesn't do that by itself. You could sit here and say that there's no methane. Oh, the booster wasn't tanked. Blah, 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 blah. I don't understand how people can possibly have that conclusion when this is happening. Yeah, that. You know, there's no methane there. There's no methane. There's no methane in the book. Hello? What is this then? Is this magical freaking fairy dust that just explodes? Like, no, there's definitely methane somewhere in this equation. I don't, you could say, oh, there's no methane in it. There's no methane. This was something else. Like, somebody even tried to tell me that it was a welding canister. Oh yeah, a welding canister creates an explosion that's 10 stories tall and is heard 6 miles away. Yeah, nope. Nice try. Nope. That isn't. See, the James Webb pictures, I don't know too much about. This I know. This I know. Is the tower okay? I'm not 100% sure. Methane or hydrogen? Methane has hydrogen in it, Chief. What is this? Is this the same stove that sold Jack his beanstalk beans? Are you sure about that 5 minutes? There's definitely methane there. And there's definitely methane and oxygen coming out of the bottom here because see the bright area around the rocket engines where the explosion is coming from? There's methane in the equation. You can say, oh, the recondenser wasn't on. All right. The recondenser doesn't have to be on if the tanks are pressurized. I may have been mistaken. Last, please. So clearly something happened here with methane, and it popped. I don't see your last, Shadowman. Too many people are linking. Literally, my entire chat is highlighted red. I can't find it. It was swamp gas that reflected off of Venus. Like, fellas, there's methane in the equation somewhere here. And this happens when you're using full cryogenics. Like, once again, Elon actually confirmed what was going on, all on Twitter, ironically. He kind of confirmed all was happened. They were doing pre-burner tests, and methane and oxygen mixed, and what happened was they were shooting it out of the engines. A gas mixture out of the engines that's extremely explosive. And it found a source of ignition somewhere. And that, yep, okay. Yeah, there's the NSF vid if you guys want to just have a video of the same exact thing. Here we go. Yeah, there is also Lab Padres footage, which I might check in real quick. But yeah, this thing... So, check it out. Look, they turned the pre-burners on. See all that coming out of the bottom? The pre-burners are on, but the engines aren't igniting the mixture. But it did find a source of ignition somewhere. Slow it down. Okay. It did find a source of ignition somewhere. I'm just not exactly sure where it was, but it looks like from how this explosion is going that it's definitely originating up here around the launch pad or the booster. That was just spin prime pushing propellants through with no pre-burner ignition. Oh, so it wasn't even pre-burners, Ian. They were testing the pneumatic starting mechanism. Okay, yeah, okay, they didn't even get to pre-burner ignition. Play sound with it because it's loud. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users again. There's gonna be another one. So, you know, we could sit here and say that the recondenser isn't on, blah, blah. No, there's methane in this equation. You don't make that big of an explosion without it. So it looks like they were just testing the starters. They were just cranking the engines with no spark plug-in, so to speak. And the gaseous mixture that would be combusted in the pre-burner found a source of ignition and made a big bada boom. Yeah, see all the unburnt carbon right there, the black clouds? This is definitely methane. There's methane in the equation here. That booster has methane in it. Like, there's people that are saying like, oh, it doesn't have methane in it. It doesn't. This was just oxygen. No, it's tanked. You can't. Like, physics is looking you straight in the face. There's no way that there's not methane in this equation. I'm guessing a leak somewhere. If there's a methane leak, that's one hell of a leak. I don't think there's any leak, Mike. I think they started the engines. Or they cranked the engines. That's what they did. So we're not seeing a combustion. You know, Ian, you're right. We're not seeing a combusted mixture come out of the nozzles of the engines. You're seeing an uncombusted atomized fuel coming out of there. If you're seeing uncombusted atomized fuel, that means there's no pre-burner ignition and no main combustion chamber ignition. But what you are spinning out of that engine is it's atomized. It's an atomized mixture, which means it's very, 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 very explosive. The vapor that's made from atomization, when oxidizer and liquid fuel hit each other, they kind of stick to each other like magnets almost. That vapor mixture is very explosive. That's what they use to make the rocket engine do this. But usually it comes out of the rocket engine, not that. So they basically flooded the engines. Burb. Oh, that poor bird. That bird's probably dead. Yeah. Burb. Oh my gosh. I never even noticed the bird. No, the bird's probably alright. Probably a little scared though. So frankly, who thought it would be a good idea to run all 33 at the same time? You won't know it was a bad idea until you do it. So that bird's seen some things. So yeah, that there's definitely methane in this, but it's not a lot, guys. They didn't fully tank the booster, but there is methane in there. Scott Manley said it's a couple kilotons of TNT. Yep. From this vid, the first frame of ignition has a bright flash near the bottom of one of the legs, like it found an ignition source there. Yep. It definitely found an ignition source somewhere. So once again, this was SpaceX testing their booster in Texas. There's yellow over there, man. You got to look at how the explosion propagates, Thomas. So here, let's look at it from over here. Let me frame by frame this. So there's I see what you're saying. It's definitely bright down there, but it looks like there's two origin points. NSF is talking about it. DAS is presenting too. Okay. Thanks, Kadam. I know. Thank you. But it looks like the explosion's really coming from up here. You can even see it comes out of the top of the flame trench, but it does come out of the top of the flame, or not the flame trench, the top of the orbital ring. It looks like there was a small spark up here, but primary ignition came from over here. See that one right there? But that could be, that could mean that there's just more methane. There's more atomized mixture up here. See that? The primary spot is coming from up there. Man. So, once again, it looks like SpaceX was testing. They were testing the engines, basically the starter motor for the Raptors, for all 33 Raptors all at once. They were testing the starting mechanism. Raptors are spin-started, so when you start an engine like Raptor, or any rocket engine that uses turbine machinery. Now, Raptor has turbo pumps and pre-burners, so it's complicated. Obviously, it's just rocket science, right? So when you start them, you need to it's just like starting a car. It's just like driving a cab. You need fuel, air, and spark. But fuel and air in this particular scenario are fuel, oxidizer, and a source of ignition. But just like starting a car, you need to be able to pump the fuel into the rocket engine. So that's what you really need with a rocket. You've got to spin the turbo pumps up first, right? So SpaceX with the Raptor engines, they have a pneumatic system. They use nitrogen, and that's what's in these kind of little winglings on the side. They're called chines. Those things that has nitrogen tanks in them to restart the Raptor engines that are on the inner ring for super heavy landing. The outer Raptor engines, so like if we look at super heavy, you have an inner ring of engines that gimbal, and then there's an outer ring of engines. The outer ring of engines are spin started via the pad. They have a ground side starting mechanism because they only theoretically, not theoretically, per the mission profile, they only need to start once. You only need to start them once. They're not going to need those engines for landing. If you needed those engines for landing, something went very wrong, right, with those guys. In which case, the outer engines aren't gimbaled either, so you're not going to have a good day. So it looks like they were testing the spin starter here, but they were testing the pneumatic starting mechanism without ignition. So they had fuel and air spinning and being pumped into the engines, but fuel and air. It's liquid oxygen and liquid methane. But they did find a source of ignition. Now, yeah, that happens. That's going to happen. There's no way that there's no... I mean, dude, even heat. If something is hot enough down here, it could auto-combust it. A vaporized mixture like that, or an atomized mixture like that, dude, easy. That is extremely explosive. As well, you're about to find out right there. Static could cause it. Yep. Yeah. Could they use nitrogen instead of methane alongside oxygen, though? Yeah, Lazarus, but nitrogen isn't a substitute for that. And you're going to have to use real propellants to test it at some point. We've seen them nitrogen spin start the engines before. We've seen the pad outgas nitrogen before for the starting mechanism. Like, a lot of people are saying, like, why test all 33 at once? Now, that I don't understand. Like, but it's easy to say that in hindsight. If this test had worked correctly, people would have been like, oh, that's really cool. And SpaceX usually is known for going for the gold like that, right? So why not try the starting mechanism on all 33 engines, Why not? Let's try it. And they tried it, and they fricked around, and they found out. It's part of testing. Now, the booster doesn't seem to be too damaged. I'm not going to sit here and say that this didn't damage anything. This definitely broke a couple of things. Yeah, like that HVAC pipe that's just burning over there. Yep, okay. Yeah, it definitely broke a couple of things. A bird. I definitely would go over all the mechanisms on the pad before you try to do this again. But I've heard from multiple people at SpaceX, like this is just on Twitter. Sid talked about it on Twitter, and she was saying that it's not as bad as it looks. Don't get me wrong, it's not a good thing, but the booster, from what they're saying, everything seems to be relatively intact, and they learned a lot. Now, It's very. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a little weird to test your multi-billion-dollar rocket this way, but they just found a good way to not start the rocket engines. Yeah. I have those pictures teed up. I mean, you're going to have to figure out why this happened. You have to prove the failure mode. That's booster troubleshooting 101. You don't just say, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen, let's try it again. That's insane. That's insane. That definition of insanity, right? You got to figure out where that source of ignition came from. Because, like, I want to point out that it very much seems like that point of ignition, as you guys were saying, if you look from the initial explosion, that point of ignition seems to be ground side. I don't think it's coming necessarily from anything on the booster. Like, look down there. See, it's bright. I mean, it looks like maybe there's a source of ignition up here, too. But, yeah, this seems to be ground side. It seems to be over here. The good news is the pressure vessels held as expected with the thrust and force created by the explosion. Yeah. I'm not sure that's how that works. But anyway, so you got to figure out why this happened. You have to figure out exactly what caused it. It could just be a piece of equipment lying on the ground. It could have just been static electricity. You got to figure that one out. And I'm not going to sit here and say that this isn't going to delay them a little bit. Man, look at that. Look at the pressure wave. You can see the pressure wave there. It's just, I know you can see it better on other streams, but see it? Look at it. Look at it propagate across the tanks. See? Oh, that's crazy. That's really cool. This explosion had a lot of energy, dude, to make a pressure wave that you can see visibly. There's a shock wave that it made, and that shock wave, yeah, look at it propagate through the uncombusted. Damn. It propagates through the uncombusted material right there. See it? Oh, that's so cool. I mean, obviously it's not what SpaceX wanted, but there's a better shot in the third view. Okay. Yep, there it was. You saw it for a second. See this? That's a cloud that's made from gigantic barometric pressure shift. So, meaning this is making so much energy, it's compressing it's exploding so quickly that it's compressing the air. Kind of similar to what you see like with re-entry heating, kind of, but it's not making plasma. It wasn't sustainable. It's not going to make plasma. But you do see an insane pressure shift. You can see it right there. See the dome? That's crazy. It was enough to, dude, the pressure shift was enough to create, oh man. Look, so the explosion happened and then it created a vacuum and the air around it condensed. You see that? And then the pressure wave blew it outward. That looks like a thermobaric weapon. See it right there? That's nuts, dude. Look, like the explosion happens, right? And it immediately sucks all the air in. It created a vacuum real quick. And then look at, oh, that's crazy. That's really cool, actually. I mean, it's not intended, and I wish SpaceX all the best, but that's really freaking cool. Look at, you could see a perfect dome right there. Oh, that's so cool. Man, that's wild. I saw the booster arms moving around. Yeah. Watch right here, fellas. Watch the right chopstick arm up here. They're like, move the arms away. Pretty much, Tessa, yeah. Yeah, see the arm? It's moving up there. That one moved on its own due to it missing a hydraulic actuator. Crazy. Yeah, Jim, I saw it right here. There's a bunch of scaffolding and stuff that blew off the top there. They took the actuator out in the AM. It wasn't a static fire, Riv. They were basically trying. They basically were testing the starter motor, so to speak. From what I can tell here, they were testing the starter motor, and they basically flooded the engine. So, I mean, Tessa, you said that it's kind of like flooding the engine. And they flooded the engines, and the engines basically backfired. Now, the interesting thing about this, guys, and actually Scott Manley already talked about it on Twitter before, but the interesting thing about that is that this is something that happens with almost every rocket, especially ones that are using fully cryogenic fuels. This stuff does happen. You have to turn the engines on first, And there is a specific point where you basically have to turn the fuel pumps on. You have to turn the turbo pumps on, fill up the combustion chamber with this atomized mixture to the point where it's shooting out the bottom, shooting out of the nozzle, and then combust it. And then you turn the igniters on, right? Like you have to basically flood the rocket motor with fuel and then turn it on. So this does happen. Now, if you're using cryogenic propellants like like liquid methane, liquid oxygen, or liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen would be a really good example, you're going to need to find a way to purge that gas coming out of the rocket engine. And here's an example. Here's an example of that. What happened to Booster 7 is an example of why you need to do this. So the space shuttle. See, the space shuttle had the sparkers right there. These are radial outward firing igniters. They're called ROFIs for short. Now, the shuttles aren't called ROFIs. Delta 4s are called that. But these things do the exact same thing. It's basically a sparker for like a firework. It's basically a sparkler, right? So what is that designed to do? So if we go a little bit further here and we watch during ignition, see? You see the atomized mixture. That's an atomized liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen mixture coming out of the engine because you have to spin the turbo pumps up first and then you ignite the engine. You're spraying out something that is extreme. To say that that's flammable is an understatement, right? And then once that meets the sparker, look what happens. The sparkers actually purge off all of that hydrogen oxygen mixture. You see it, you can see it burning right there. See what the sparkers are doing? They're getting rid of that mixture because if you don't purge it off with the sparkler, you can see it really over there when they started the other engine. If you don't get rid of that atomized mixture, you don't find a way to combust it, that happens. That's actually something that's pretty well known. Now, why did SpaceX do that then if it's well known? I don't know. I have no idea. They fricked around in there, find out. SpaceX tends to be a little more laissez-faire about risk aversion. You know? But that right there is what happens if you don't have the sparkers. Delta 4 is another example. If you look at a Delta 4 launch here, we'll look at the L-82 launch. Let's go over here. Delta 4 creates an insane hydrogen cloud. See the hydrogen cloud being burned off? That happens. You can tell it's hydrogen because it burns orange. Orang. You see it being burned off? Delta 4 has a similar type of engine. Look, see, they have the firing igniters, and ULA actually had this problem that Delta 4 was basically causing a huge fireball every time it launched. So what they did was, if you notice this, hydrogen is coming from the left booster first. They actually sequence the ignition. They fire the left booster first and then center and then right. Center and right at the same time. So the cloud tends to be a little bit smaller if you fire one rocket engine first, see? And then the fire moves across the entire thing. But they have that same problem. This happens with fully cryogenic propellants. Because when you're using a fully cryogenic propellant like methane or hydrogen, those don't want to exist as liquid. Methane down here is naturally found as a gas, so is hydrogen, right? Hydrogen really doesn't want to stay a liquid. So you're going to have it, any chance it gets, it's going to turn to gas, especially when you turn the rocket engine on, so you get a huge cloud like that. But they have sparkers on Delta 4 and on the shuttle to prevent that from happening. See, the shuttle also has a sequenced ignition, auto sequencer. Go for auto sequence start. That's part of what this does. It fires one rocket engine at the same time so the sparkers can get rid of all that hydrogen, and then another one, and then another one. Now, once again, this happens over the course of a couple, like less than a second, but it's enough to make it so it doesn't create a huge cloud of hydrogen gas and pop out. See? 1, 2, and then 3 will happen over there. Or I think they did 1, 2, and 3, but it doesn't matter. They were sequenced. And now that the engines are throttling up here, these burners are just purging out any unburnt hydrogen here. A thought. Didn't one of the N1s do the same thing as Booster 7 just with the fuel tanks? What? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. Dig a huge trench. At the end of the trench, put a huge fan. Put a huge fan to create a vacuum in the trench to suck it all away. Well, Blackbird, you could do that, but anything that's inside of a flame trench, usually you're going to lose because rocket engines. But rocket engines actually tend to accelerate gas a little faster than a fan. Rocket engines actually create the vacuum in the flame trench. What you're describing already happens. By firing the rocket engine into the flame trench, you're creating a vacuum down there, and the gas gets sucked back down and gets thrown out the flame deflector. That already happens. No fan required. The rocket engines are extremely good at accelerating the gas around them. A good point of this is that if you look, a good example, like you can see it right here. Look at the sparker. The sparks are starting to go down even before they get near the rocket engine. The rocket engine is shooting out gas so ridiculously fast that the ambient gas around it is getting sucked down with it. Pretty crazy, because air molecules are hitting other air molecules. Air molecules coming out of that rocket engine are hitting the ambient ones, and they're pulling them down. See, look at the sparkers. The sparkers start to go down over here. Blackbird, what you're describing already happens. Now just use the jet engine and put it to the side. Okay. Blackbird, can I ask you a question? What expels gas quicker, a rocket engine or a jet engine? This is a very simple question. All you got to do is look at the thrust output of a shuttle engine versus the thrust output of like an F-16 engine. Which one of those can accelerate gas faster? Probably the rocket. Yeah, I agree. The rocket engines are the best vacuum, dude. But anyway, yeah, this is what happens when you don't have something to control that ignition, like a sparker or something. Yo, mama, oh, damn. We all know sparkers are the answer. I'm just brainstorming. I got you, man. I got you. So, yeah, if you're just popping in, once again, Booster 7 had a little bit of a hiccup. Where it's more a burp than anything. But yeah, here, let's find those pictures. Here, this is the aftermath. And then there are some tweets from various people at SpaceX, Elon included, that we could look at as well. So here's the aftermath. Oh, yeah, all that paint got burned off pretty quick. 'Tis but a scratch. How many millions worth of Raptors died in the explosion? Rupert, I don't think that the Raptors are too incredibly damaged. They look all right to me, but then again, with rocket science, looks can be very deceiving. There's definitely some damage here, but it doesn't look to be. Once again, looks can be deceiving. It looks to be superficial. It looks like it's just burnt a little bit. Rocket engines can get burnt a little bit. They're designed to do that because they shoot fire out the bottom. We've had an anomaly. We got to secure the area. Workers cleaning lots of shrapnel and debris. I think, yeah. This is from Starship Gazer here. Is that a welding coat? Yeah. Maybe. I think the launch mount would take a harder hit. Yeah, you guys got to remember. That was just them turning on the starter engine, the starter motor, so to speak, for the engines. This thing is designed to withstand all 33 Raptor engines firing, which, believe it or not, is a much more intense explosion than what you saw. For the uninitiated, all rocket engines do is take an explosion and they force it through a funnel, and they force it out in one direction. That's all they do. It is literally a flamethrower There's a flamethrower inside of that combustion chamber, and that flamethrower is, they're trying to accelerate the gases, but they put it into a funnel. It's a flamethrower shooting into a funnel. It's called the Convergent Divergent Rocket Engine. It's CD design, basically. It's just what you'd see. You have your throat, and then you have your nozzle, right? All they do is just take a flamethrower and shoot it into that funnel. And the gases can't go through that funnel quick enough, so it pressurizes the combustion chamber, right? And then it shoots it out through the throat, out the nozzle. The nozzle's just there to make sure the gases go in the right direction. And the what's called the expansion ratio, so how big the nozzle is, depends on where the rocket engine is supposed to operate. But yeah, it's just an explosion that's being shot in one direction at high speed, at very high speed. In fact, the gas is being shot out by the rocket engine in the convergent part. So in the what's called the throat of the rocket engine, they're going past the speed of sound. They break the sound barrier. They go supersonic, but it's only for a second. That's like the key. You have to get your gases to go past supersonic, past the speed of sound, to get the rocket engine to work correctly. Otherwise, you just made a really nice flamethrower. So they're literally an explosion. Rocket engines just shoot an explosion out a pipe, out an hourglass-shaped pipe. That's it. I say that like it's some easy thing. Now, let me just say this. Rockets are really easy to understand. Rocket science is easy to understand. I could teach rocket science to anybody. It's not that complicated. Like I said, shoot a flamethrower into a funnel. Don't go and do that, please. Do not do that. Because the next part, doing rocket science is the hard part. Understanding it is pretty straightforward stuff. It's pretty easy. It's really not complicated. I honestly think like a car's engine, like, because it has all these moving parts, these pistons and valves and all this other stuff moving around. That's like harder to understand. The rocket engine just takes hot gases, combusts them, and shoots them out a nozzle. That's it. Now, the theory, that's theoretically easy to understand. It's very difficult to do, as seen by these pictures. But once again, the concept is not that, believe it or not, it's not that crazy. It's pretty easy to understand what this does. Like, look at me. I'm a moron, and I figured it out. So an explosion like what we saw from Booster 7, like that, right there. And once again, this footage is coming from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. An explosion like this, the pads should be able to handle it, because this was just basically a backfire. When those 33 Raptor engines that are up there, when they turn on, all 33 of these engines, there's 13 in the center and then 20 on the outer ring. When they start all of them, it is going to create so much pressure down here that it's going to make this look like a firecracker. When all the engines turn on, that overpressure event from all those engines turning on, exploding in one direction, all at the same time, the energy released is going to be equivalent to a low-yield atomic blast. No joke. A rocket engine is just an explosion that's shooting it off in one direction instead of all directions. That's it. That's all it is. Fast fire, if you really want to be technical, but the pads should be able to handle this, which is why, I think what's going to delay these guys more is figuring out why this happened. I think the pad, I would probably look over everything, but the pad's designed to, frankly, withstand an explosion that's like 20,000 times greater than what you saw here. Like I said, all 33 Raptor engines turning on and outgassing all at the same time, shooting those explosions straight down, is going to be such an insane release of energy. Like I said, it'll make that look like an M80. If you know, you know. Can you play it, please? I haven't seen it. Just for you, buddy. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. You've been warned. Yeah, all the engines turning on is going to be way more powerful than that. That's a little baby explosion. Here it is again. Headphone users. Happy New Year! Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing compared to the engines turning on. I just did that 5 minutes ago in the bathroom. Must have had Taco Bell or something. I mean, if SpaceX were the slightest bit worried about the launch pad being damaged, they probably wouldn't leave the boosters sitting on it. I mean, you gotta test it. Like, Wolfie, you gotta test it sooner rather than later. Like, eventually there are these points when you're testing out rockets. And don't get me wrong, I've never done this in real life. The extent of my testing is Kerbal, right? There are these pathways, and eventually you're going to get to a critical milestone in your pathway in testing your booster. You're going to get to a critical milestone. SLS had a critical milestone with the green run. Long story short, you can test stuff as much as you want. You're going to have to get to a point where you have to try it. You have to put methane and oxygen in this thing and try to start it. Just like the green run with SLS was that. There comes a point where you have to. There's no getting around it. You have to test all with SLS in the green run. You have to test all 4 engines on full duration flight. You have to. There's no getting around it. That's called a critical milestone. That happens. So, like, a lot of people are saying, like, oh, well, why did SpaceX test all 33? Like, why didn't they test like 2, starting 2 engines or something? Because they're gonna have to test this eventually. You're gonna have to get to the point where you're gonna have to shoot off 33 Raptor engines all at once, or at least shoot off the starter mechanism. You're gonna have to get to that point. You know, people saying, "Oh, why didn't they just do it with nitrogen?" Well, they probably already have. They probably already have tested something like that, but not with all the engines together. Now, the milestones in the testing definitely depend on your systems engineering. So, you know, a lot of people are saying, like, oh, why didn't they test some of the engines, right? Why didn't you test 13 instead of 33, right? Test one and then test the other and then test them both. Clearly, SpaceX went for it. They went for it, and they did an all-up test. They did an all-up test. They tried to start they tried to crank all 33 Raptor engines all at once with live propellants, and it popped. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, this is just the equivalent to a backfire. Anybody that works on anybody that's ever done work on a carbureted engine knows what I'm talking about. You don't get the ignition timing right, you get a backfire and flames shoot out the top. It happens. This is a backfire. It basically it backfired out the bottom. It happens. Now, with that being said, you know, that seems probably like not a good thing happened because they saw a big explosion when they didn't intend for a big explosion. Now they got to figure out how far this test deviated from what they thought was going to happen. And now they got to figure out why it happened, etc., etc. But here's the thing. SpaceX opted here for an all-up test. That's what this is. It's an all-up test. They said, screw it. We're not going to try to start 13. We're not going to try to start 20. We're going to start all 33 all at once. They went for the whole thing. That's an all-up test. When you do an all-up test like this, you roll the dice. I can think of another example of all-up testing over here. When, you know, SN8 exploded. So did 9. So did 10. So did 11. And then 15 landed. Here's the thing about all-up testing. It is rolling the dice, but the risk versus reward is a lot higher. Even if you fail, you learn the most from doing all-up testing. The reason why not... okay, I know what the next question is. So, EJ, why doesn't everybody do that? Well, the reason why not everybody does that is because if your all-up test doesn't go exactly as planned, it could end up getting expensive really fast. Really fast. Yeah. But if you have the money, all-up testing is favorable. Because here's the reason. You're going to learn the most. You learn the most from doing all-up testing. You're going to find things that you really wouldn't have found otherwise if you had done small incremental testing. Now, Now, SpaceX likes to do more all-up testing. They like to roll the dice a little bit more than NASA. NASA does small incremental testing. That small incremental testing teaches you a little bit at a time, but it does take a lot longer, but your rocket is less likely to backfire on the pad. You haven't seen SLS do anything like that, but SLS did take a lot longer to make than Super Heavy, right? SpaceX likes to roll the dice, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. But it's only a true failure if you didn't learn anything from it. And like I said, SpaceX, higher risk, higher reward. Even if you fail, you learned a lot about how the booster performs, and you learned a lot about ignition sources that are in the way of the rocket exhaust. Probably won't make that mistake again, am I right? Yeah, Snickers, why doesn't everybody do that? It gets expensive. It gets expensive, and, you know, I personally think that there's another social component to that NASA can't be seen failing. If somebody sees NASA failing, they're going to use it as an excuse to give NASA less money, which, that's why NASA does small incremental testing and why stuff takes so long, because they can't be seen failing. And when in reality, you're doing rocket science. What other endeavor have we done? Airplanes, cars, trains, that hasn't involved a catastrophically bad failure. Cars, catastrophically bad failures with cars happen every day. Planes, every couple of months. Trains derail all the time. It's just rockets. It's just rockets. We only look at rockets and say, like, oh, you can't fail. You can't fail. You can't fail. You can't be seen failing. You know, that happens all the time. It's, you know, like with other avenues of transportation. We're much more risk adverse with rockets because they're so expensive. But SpaceX here's the thing. SpaceX is trying to buck that trend. They're trying to get out of that mentality and test a rocket like you'd test a car or something. You know, if it crashes, if you're doing a crash test and it crashes, all right, sweet. Figure out why it did that, move on. Now, a lot of people seem to like the way SpaceX does it because it's faster and they get to see explosions. I mean, I don't blame them for what it's worth. Have you gone over the oxygen dump Booster 7 did about an hour after the engine test? Negative. But, you know, that answers the question why, you know, why people are saying like, oh, why did they try to do all 33 boosters at once? Well, they rolled the dice. They rolled the dice, and sometimes it doesn't end how you expected it to end. But once again, all they did here was find a way to not find a sequence of events that doesn't start the thing. It'll make the booster safer down the road. Seriously. Atom bomb testing went well until they started making bigger bombs. Then I would like to remind everybody that if you're implementing something and it overperformed, it exceeded expectations, that's still bad. If the thing that you're testing did more than what you wanted it to do, that's just as bad as it not doing enough. Castle Bravo is a good example of that. The Castle Bravo explosion was a nuclear test to test the first hydrogen bomb, and somebody did a Michael Bolton and didn't carry the one. And the nuclear blast ended up being like way more than what they anticipated, and yeah, people near nuclear blasts usually don't end well. Just saying. Yeah, that is a textbook example of how over-engineering can also be bad. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, look up Castle Bravo. Yeah, they screwed up. They screwed up badly. Yeah, they were aiming for 5 to 6, Cyborg, and they did 15. Oops. A 33 engine spin prime test doesn't really sound risky without hindsight. Yeah, that's what and that's engineering, dude. That's why doing rocket science is hard. Everybody can say in hindsight when the pad looks like that wasn't a good idea. But you have this information presented to you. Obviously, it was not a good idea. Where was all the people saying that when the booster was like this, right? No one was saying that. Nobody say, oh, they're going to test this today. They're going to do a pre-burner test and it's going to screw up. No. But, you know, a couple seconds later, everyone's like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that test didn't go right. Castle Bravo and Sour Bomba were both too big. I'm not sure about the Sour Bomba, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, hit space and see what happens. So, Stone, you were talking to me about an oxygen dump. Anybody have that footage? Once again, I think the pad is designed to withstand an explosion like this because the explosion that's coming out of these rocket engines when they actually turn on, as opposed to just a backfire, is going to be way higher than this. Do we know what extent of the damage to boosters having in the pad? Well, Diamond, that's kind of what I was saying right here, dude. This thing is designed to have 33 Raptor engines turn on, and each one of the 33 Raptor engines is producing 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust. The overpressure event of that should be on par with the energy release of a low-yield nuclear weapon. This pop, that happens right there, I'll bet you it scorched the paint a little bit, but that pop is like an M80 as opposed to a freaking Fat Man. Seriously, that's the energy difference we're talking about here. It's actually, maybe, that's a little bit bigger than an M80, but you get the idea. The oxygen dump started a fire close to the pad. First dump started here. Okay, let's take a look.
On the pressure drop, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
Let me see.
I frost that. Oh, we see some more venting from the engines.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's, yeah, that's not venting. Yeah. Anytime you see streaky, see the streaks right there on the side?
That's
See this?
quite a lot of venting.
See the streakiness right there? That's liquid. Anybody that lives in a cold environment, you ever take water in the middle of winter and take a glass of water and throw it up in the air? Streaks, right? Because it's freaking cold. Same thing. That's not gas. That's LOX coming out the bottom. I mean, but then again, see, I have the hindsight of knowing that. You hear the NSF commentators, right? And they're saying, oh, that's a lot of venting because, yeah, in the heat of the moment, I would probably say that's venting as well.
I wonder if that's the dump that we were talking about.
Yeah, they're literally just, they're dumping the LOX out of the bottom there.
2 dots on the engine section.
Oh yeah.
And we
sure.
were talking on NSF Live. The potential it could be for.
This case was a detonation. Didn't look like a detonation to me. That's just combustion. It combusted, Squid. It didn't detonate. I don't think. I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah. I suppose there was kind of a detonation wave, but that looks like the explosion looked like more of a fast fire than anything.
Venting.
But it could have detonated. Who knows?
For dumping.
The shockwave. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you guys are right. I was talking about the shockwave earlier. Yeah, that does imply detonation. Sorry, it took me a second. Yeah, interesting. Detonation, the pressure wave wasn't constant. Yeah, I suppose the detonation.
And
I mean,
see,
detonation could theoretically do more damage than all the engines going on, but all the overpressure event from the overpressure event, despite it being combustion from all the engines turning on, is going to create a detonation wave. It's called a rocket overpressure event. You get overpressure events during ignition all the time. That's that big, huge cloud that comes out of the flame trench. Like when Falcon 9 turns on initially, it looks like a mushroom cloud being shot out the side of a flame trench. That's the overpressure event. The overpressure event does leave a shock wave, but it's still combusting stuff. But so even if this was a detonation, it pretty much is. This detonation still, maybe the difference is still very, very, very high. I mean, in terms of like energy released and how fast, right? The question is, how does 33 Raptor overpressure compare to the detonation? I'm telling you, the 33 Raptor overpressure is going to be way more violent than that. That was pretty violent, but once again, even if one's a detonation, the other is a fast-fire combustion, which is what rocket engines do. We're talking about the amount of energy being released, right? The amount of energy being released from the overpressure event, from all those engines shooting all that gas out all at once, is going to create a pressure wave. Because this has no flame deflector.
All that pool of condensation.
Oh, something popped.
I'm leaning to think that, and if you see it the streams, it seems like it's 2 streams, although it's now a little bit weird because
Alex,
it
do you
stopped.
hear that? Listen.
Oh yeah, there's
Oh,
a fire
and
near the
there's-
base of
there's
the
fire.
launch tower.
This is bad.
Oh,
This
Yeah.
is bad.
There are things cooking off over there.
Yeah, turns out that dumping locks everywhere. Dumping locks everywhere seem to, This is from yesterday, Hotbox. Yeah. Dumping liquid oxygen everywhere seemed to... Yeah, seems to make stuff explode. Yeah, so liquid oxygen by itself, believe it or not very flammable. When it combines with stuff, that's when it becomes extremely flammable. Liquid oxygen makes other things blow up better. All right? Now, don't get me wrong. If there's liquid oxygen around, just be like, oh, it's locks. I'm just going to light a match. No. Don't do that. Like, it's not flammable by itself. It needs to combine with something. It needs to atomize with something. When it atomizes with something and it finds a source of ignition, then yeah, it makes stuff blow up a lot better. A lot better than normal. Yeah. Oxygen is a very good oxidizer. Yeah, that's the moral of that story. In relation to way overperforming calculations, kind of like the simulations for your senior design project, someone else did that said 80,000 feet. In the sim I did with very trusted software says 252,000 feet. The FAA would not have been happy if we broke our own wave year by that much. Overperformance is not good. Not good. It's just as bad as underperformance. Absolutely. Yeah. Something is popping down there. Oxygen is the best oxidizer. Yeah, that you're not wrong.
Yeah, you've got smoke.
Remember, oxygen by itself doesn't make things pop. Oxygen combined with something that's flammable makes things pop. And there's almost no scenario where you're not going to have oxygen combining with something. Yeah.
And light
So
and,
it's
you
probably
know,
better
some
to just
sound
never
coming
have
from
a
the
source
base
of
the
ignition
tower
near
there.
your oxygen.
Yeah.
Ever. Unless
I'm gonna
you
bring
want it
Martha
to be
around
there, like in a
as
rocket
well.
engine.
yeah. Sorry, because I didn't have my volume all the way up precisely because of the explosion that we saw before. I was a little bit worried that I will be blown out.
It's
No,
okay.
that's
why we
that,
talked about.
yeah, that's okay, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it has now just been an hour and 8 minutes after the event that occurred during
How does Brimo feel about my...
engine testing for Booster
What are you
7,
thinking about,
and
dude?
there is now a series of pops and sounds that we heard at the base of the launch tower, and there is now thick black smoke and a fire emanating from the base of the orbital launch
Yeah.
tower here at Starship.
So, dark clouds here. So, the dark clouds right here from an explosion or a fire indicate a unburnt carbon. So, something there has carbon in it, and it's causing a fire. Yeah, and there's a lot of unburnt carbon going on there.
Base that you're seeing here live. This followed engine testing that was going on with Booster 7.
Stuff's on fire, yo.
And we saw a good flow through those engines.
I just got back from work. Booster 7 had an unscheduled event. Oh, it was scheduled, the outcome didn't really work how SpaceX wanted. Yeah, here. This was yesterday, Nuclear. It was yesterday. They did a starter test. They basically cranked all the engines. They basically did the rocket motor equivalent of that, but they did that with all 33 engines. Yeah, so they were shooting atomized mixture out the bottom here. So unburnt rocket fuel combined with oxidizer, shooting it out the bottom, and well, headphone users. Once again, you've been warned. Yeah! You got a backfire. Headphone users. Nice. SpaceX Overture and booster settings. That's bad, even for you. Cool fireworks, but the 4th of July was last week. Hey, better late than never, man. Better late than never. I want to be there when that thing launches. That sounds amazing. Now keep it rolling. Yeah. So yeah, pressure, pretty well defined pressure wave. There was some detonation in there, I think, to an extent. But yeah, guys, the more and more I explain this, it's just a backfire. That is a big freaking backfire.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Hey, somebody gifted 5 subs. I don't know who it was, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Give me the time to increase the volume. All right, headphone users. Again, headphone users. One more time. Headphone users. I always say it 3 times, just in case people didn't hear it. Saying it once doesn't work. Jeez. Yeah, that's a big backfire. That is a big backfire. Yeah. So here, well, we've seen it a good amount. That's the aftermath. This picture was taken by Nick and Sweeney over at NASA Spaceflight. These pictures were taken today. Oh yeah. Once again, I'm pretty sure the pad is designed to withstand that big of an explosion. Can you explain why that happened? Okay. Canadian, refresh my memory. How much do you know about cars? I can explain it really easily with cars. It's very simple to understand. Do we know where the welder is that belonged to that jacket? On orbit, probably. Yeah. Enough to understand. Okay. What do you need to make a car engine run? What do you need to make it run? Fuel, air, spark, right? Those are the 3. You get those 3. You get fuel, you get air, you get spark, engine turns on. Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, this is where the analogy gets to be a little bit of a stretch. But rocket engines are just a combustion engine. They're an internal combustion engine, just like a car motor. But instead of using that combustion to force a piston down a cylinder, a rocket engine just forces that gas out the bottom. It is an internal combustion engine, though. Rocket engines are no different. They need oxidizer instead of air because they're not naturally aspirated. There's no oxygen up there, so you've got to bring the oxygen with you, right? Straightforward stuff. So instead of fuel, air, and spark, you need liquid fuel, liquid oxidizer, and a source of ignition. Same idea. It's just combustion. Same thing. If rocket engines detonated, they would blow up. They would detonate. Right? So what SpaceX was testing there was the equivalent of taking the spark plugs, or taking the wires that go to the spark plugs on the car engine and unplugging all of them, and then turning the key. Your fuel is still going to get delivered. The motor's still sucking in air. It's atomizing the fuel, and that air-fuel mixture is coming out the exhaust. Now, Canadian, if you were going to do that, what happens if you put a spark plug at the end of your exhaust and start cranking the engine? What's going to happen? That air-fuel mixture will eventually find that source of ignition, and you'll get a huge flamethrower exhaust, which is kind of cool. Some people do that. Some cars have an afterburner on them to make flames shoot out the exhaust. It doesn't provide any extra thrust because flamethrower versus rocket engine, right? If they accelerated it through a throat, it might, but that would mean that your combustion chamber pressure in your engine has to be more than the chamber pressure in your exhaust, but I digress. Point is that if you do that and you move your source of ignition towards at the muffler, right? Some of that will find that and it'll backfire, right? It'll shoot flames right back up and flames will shoot out the top. What you saw there was basically a gigantic freaking backfire. They were starting the engines. They were starting the engines with no pre-burner ignition and no combustion chamber ignition. They were testing the starter motor for Raptors, for all 33 Raptors all at once. They were testing the starter motor with no spark plug. Raptor used a torch igniter. I don't know what it uses now. I watched Tim's video. Elon wouldn't say. No, Ryan, I didn't. I've not been near my computer since Saturday. Essentially, it created a hard start. Yeah, Rocket Guy. It's a big carburetor backfire. Same idea. Literally the same thing. It's the same principle going on. They just were shooting atomized mixture out the bottom of the rocket engines, and it found a source of ignition. It's carb backfire, but with a rocket engine, Canadian. That's what happened. It's just a big backfire. Like, look, you can see this is atomized mixture. See, it's not streaky, it's more cloudy. That's atomized liquid oxygen and liquid methane. That right there is extremely explosive. That mist, like, dude, all you would need is something hot to make that blow up. Just something like a piece of metal that's been sitting in the sun is enough to auto-combust that. That right there is the secret sauce that goes into the rocket engine. And it's energetic enough to move a freaking 150-ton booster upright. That right there is the secret sauce. Like the sun, it makes my back burn, Trestle Kid. The Texas sun makes my back burn. Yep. What does atomize mean? Well, okay, Liam, if you take liquid fuel and you take liquid oxygen, or just oxygen, and you combine them in a low pressure environment, they spread out. And when they spread out, the molecules like to stick to each other. I can show you what atomization looks like from here. Watch Destin's Smarter Everyday video.
This
On how carburetors work. This right here is a carburetor. Here. Let's see. Where's the slow-mo footage? It's right here. Once again, I'm not going to show the whole video. I would love to watch the whole thing, but I don't have permission from Destin to do it. So I'm trying to find that. There we go. This. Yeah. Actually, let's get to the very end. This is where the best stuff is. So, an engine. Yeah, that's where I clicked. Sure. A car's engine has a piston that is moving up and down, okay? The piston is moving up and down, and you have valves in a car engine, right? Right? So you have your intake valve and your exhaust valve. The piston goes down, intake valve opens. When that piston goes down, it creates a vacuum inside of what's called an intake manifold. The intake manifold would be over here. A carburetor was on a car for the longest time. And what that carburetor does is it slowly trickles gasoline, that's what that is, that's fuel, into this environment. Now, there's a pinch point right here in front of the carburetor called a venturi. What's a venturi? Picture an hourglass in your head. That's all a venturi is. It's just an hourglass. It's a pinch point, okay? Now, the pinch point is over here. So what happens when you have this volume that's at 1 bar, it's just at regular pressure, like this pressure right now, and the intake valve opens and that piston goes down. What happens to that volume? Now you're trying to have the same amount of air and fuel, right? Same amount of air, same amount of fuel, trying to occupy a space that's twice as big. The result is a pressure drop. And when that fuel gets introduced to that pressure drop, it expands. It expands like crazy. And then through some kind of weird chemistry, no, this is what atomization does. The fuel just sticks to the liquid oxygen. Or not liquid oxygen, it sticks to the oxygen molecules. And then that misty, gasoline, oxygen mist, that's what goes into the engine, and that's what combusts. Rocket engines do this. They atomize fuel, just like this. Watch. Watch what happens when the pressure drops. And once again, this is from Smarter Every Day. Go watch this video. This video is fantastic. Look, look, look. Crazy, right? You see the pressure drop and you see it expand, and it atomizes. The fuel combines with the oxygen. That's what atomization does. Rocket engines do that. Car engines do that. Rocket engines do that. Now, modern car engines don't use a carburetor. Okay? Here, I'm gonna link this video. You guys gotta watch this. It's gnarly. It's such a good video. Please go and watch Destin. Destin is amazing. I've never seen atomization before this video. I know what it was, but I've never seen it. But anything that combusts oxidizer and fuel does that. Rocket engines atomize fuel like that. They definitely do. They just do it in a much more violent way than a carburetor. Yeah. But that's, Liam, that's what's going on. It's atomization. So that atomized mixture, right? Now, the crazy thing is that once it atomizes, you can bring the pressure back up, right? And it won't explode. It'll stay atomized, which is really freaking cool. Now, did you see that expansion, right? Now, car engines, you see that expansion, that's atomized fuel. Car engines atomize fuel with the atmosphere. So they suck in air and they shoot fuel into that air and depressurize it inside of the engine and then blow it up. It'll go right to your thighs and then you'll blow up. What a rocket engine does is it atomizes it in the combustion chamber and then blows it up and then shoots it out the bottom. It doesn't use it to move a piston up and down, right? It just shoots the gas out the bottom through a funnel, through another venturi. Believe it or not, a rocket engine with its convergent divergent design, it looks like an hourglass, that's just a venturi. That's what it's called. It just shoots gas through a funnel. That's it. Like I said, rocket science is easy to understand. It's extremely hard to do. Do not go and try this. You will lose a digit. You will lose your hand or your life. Don't do that. Go to school, learn how to do it, and then you can blow up stuff for fun like SpaceX. It's not for fun, but in rockets, the injectors are responsible for atomizing. Exactly. Rocket Guy, in modern cars, injectors are responsible for atomization as well. They use a fuel injector. The fuel injectors on a car, though, Rocket Guy, work a lot more like a hypergolic pressure-fed engine. The injectors for a hypergol pressure engine, those are basically fuel injectors on a car. You have a solenoid-actuated injector that clicks on and off with an electrical signal, right? And if it's back pressurized, it shoots fuel out. Modern fuel injection systems are a pressurized system. They use a pump, though. They don't use pressure. Well, they don't use back pressure from a gas, I should say. They use a fuel pump. A modern car has an injection rail over the pistons, and a fuel pump, a high pressure fuel pump, is shooting gas into that, like gasoline, not gas like fluid gas. It's shooting gasoline into that injector rail, and then there's 4, 8, 6, however many fuel injectors, right? And what the computer is doing is just clicking those fuel injectors off and on. In fact, on a well-running engine, if you pop the hood on an engine that's running correctly, all you can hear if an engine's running nice and healthy, you can hear the injectors click on and off. It makes that noise. It sounds exactly like RCS firing. Remember Rocket Guy? We saw that footage from Inspiration 4, and they were modulating the RCS during the insertion burn, and it sounded like same because they're same. The injectors are the same, but it's not like an injector plate like on a liquid fuel engine. The cars don't use that, but they do use a pressurized fuel injection system. I did it for 2 years at a local company who tested rocket motors almost every week. That's cool, Andy. Nice. Thank you for the phenomenal explanation. Yeah, Liam, what you're seeing right there is atomized fuel. But, see, once again, rocket engines are using liquid oxygen. So, okay, what is that, like, what's the difference here? Okay, one's using gas, one's using liquid. What's the difference? Well, the mixture. The mixture is very different, okay? Now, think about it like this. You think that's air you're breathing now? So, what you're breathing right now is, these numbers are rounded, and someone would be like, well, actually, it's like 79% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. That's what our atmospheric composition is. Now, what's the other 1%? It's stuff you probably shouldn't be breathing, like greenhouse gases, etc., right? But it's about 20% oxygen. That's what goes into a car engine. That's what goes into an airplane engine. That's what goes into that's what goes into anything that's naturally aspirated, or just an atmospheric aspirated engine. So anything that's sucking in air and combining it with fuel. Jet engines, car engines, stuff like that. Diesel, right? Diesels are car engines, but you get the idea. So a rocket engine is 100% oxidizer. They shoot 100% oxidizer. Like there's no nitrogen in this equation. There's liquid methane, which is CH4, and then there's liquid oxygen, which is O2, and they're combining that and blowing that up. That's why rocket engines are way more violent and get way hotter. And then there's even mixture ratios for how much oxygen you can put in and how much fuel you put in, and some rockets run super fuel rich because if you run more oxidizer, you can blow up more fuel, and if you blow up more fuel, you create more heat, and then the engine melts. There are rockets that run extremely fuel rich. Like the shuttle engine is a good example. The shuttle engine delivers a lot more hydrogen than oxygen because they don't want to melt the engine because they want to reuse it. Raptors are kind of the same, but Raptor uses a little bit of a different type of cycle to cool the engine. But I digress. But rocket engines use like 100% oxidizer. They're not using air. They're using liquid, and they need to turn that liquid into gas, and then they need to atomize it. That's what that is right there. That's what that is. So, Liam, that is 100% oxygen mixture with 100% methane. And that's what usually goes into the rocket engine, and it explodes it. Because SpaceX didn't have their igniters on, nor their pre-burners, they just shot the atomized mixture out the bottom. And this is what happens. Big backfire. Big backfire. It found a source of ignition. Like I said, that's extremely flammable. It is 100% methane oxidizer mixture. Like, there's no nitrogen in this equation like there would be with a car. Which is insane. In slow motion, are we able to see where the ignition source was? It seems like something that is, and so okay, Canadian. This is the next part I was kind of gonna get to here. It seems like this found an ignition source on the ground. I will say this: the explosion looks like it's coming from up here, but it's also bright down here. But just because it's really bright up here doesn't necessarily mean that the ignition source is there. There could just be more mixture right there because there's a lot of mixture coming out of the rocket engine. And in case you want to see visualized what a rocket engine actually does, look at how quickly this atomized mixture turns to fire. Watch how fast it goes. So, literally one frame, the whole column is on fire. Now, if you watch the mixture down here, see it right there? Watch how quickly that burns off. 1, 2, 3, gone. All fire. That's 3 frames. And that entire atomized mixture that they shot out is pretty much burned off. And then what you see here is, I think, what came out of the rocket engines before they stopped it. Pretty crazy, right? 1/32 of a second. Atomization and combustion happens extremely quickly when you're dealing with that O2, with that oxidizer-rich environment. It happens really quick. It's like I was saying, liquid oxygen makes stuff explode very well, very, very well, like really well. This is why, going back to cars, like I said, all this stuff is connected because they're all combusting things. You go back to a car. So, like a turbo on a car, a turbocharger on a car, what does that do? That forces more oxidizer into the engine. More oxygen you can get into the engine, more fuel, bigger explosion, more horsepower. Straight up. What does nitrous do? So, what's nitrous oxide? N2O, right? That's what nitrous is. So that's 2 parts nitrogen, 1 part oxygen. So what is the ratio there going into the engine? 33%. 33% oxidizer and 66% nitrogen. What's our atmosphere? I said it already. That's 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. That's what a naturally aspirated car is. When you hit a car with nitrous, you're increasing the oxidizer to nitrogen ratio there. You're increasing the oxidizer to nitrogen ratio to 33%. And, you know, everybody's seen Fast and the Furious. You know what nitrous does. Or any car YouTube. You shoot that into the motor, and motor things. That's why nitrous blows up engines, because the engines get too hot. You increased your oxidizer too high. And if you go lean, the engine will explode. It'll melt. This is why, for instance, you can't run liquid oxygen through a regular car engine. It'll melt. It'll get way too hot. Unless you deliver fuel in the right quantity to keep it cool, in which case you basically made a flamethrower out the exhaust, like I was saying. Yeah, it doesn't work right. The rocket engine is 100%. There's no nitrogen in the oxidizer. There's nothing. There's just oxidizer. So it really blows up real fast. Nitrous equals family. Yeah, you'll run engine rich. Fuel is still dumping some frames after the explosion. Yeah, Reagan, that's exactly right. So, I'm talking about this. You see this atomized mixture? That atomized mixture takes 3 clicks on this to completely burn off. So, 1, 2, 3. Gone. Like, that's completely burned off, and then the flames just propagate from there. But Reagan, you're exactly right. The engines are still on. They're still moving fuel. You could tell because it's very bright in here. And now they spray more of that atomized mixture into this explosion, and it creates an even bigger explosion. But it's not an initial overpressure. This is just fire. That's why you didn't have a second shock wave. That initial one combusted that huge cloud of atomized fun in a fraction of a second. Unbelievable amounts of energy release in a very quick amount of time. That's what rocket engines are supposed to do, man. There was no pre-burner. The pre-burners weren't on. They were testing the starting mechanism for Raptors, guys. They were testing the starters. How do they test the starters? They shoot nitrogen into the pre-burner. And it spins the pre-burners up, and then that pumps the fuel. They basically tested the engines with no ignition source, with live propellants shooting out the bottom of the engine, and it found a source of ignition, guys. Once again, it's not a serious failure. It's something that should be understood. You should understand the failure mode, but I don't think this is going to delay SpaceX as much as you think. It's definitely going to delay them somewhat. They didn't exactly plan for their rocket to have the biggest carb backfire in history, but carb backfire. I'm still wondering what the heck happened and still trying to figure out what caused the ignition. Yeah, T-Man, watch this whole VOD, dude. I could tell you exactly what happened. I mean, I got a pretty good grasp on it. At least I think I do. Almost as much energy as the nebula. Do you know the flash temp of LOX? I have no idea, Geek. I don't know. And I'm not going to test it. They have spare parts from their Florida pad. Well, Stealthy, I kind of was theorizing here that if the pad can't withstand a detonation like that, the combustion and the overpressure event that's coming out of these engines is going to be way higher than that. Way higher. Like low yield atomic blast levels of energy being expended. So if it can't withstand that, then we got a big problem. It seems to have taken it pretty well. It did scorch some of the paint, though. What's the total mass of the starter kit? Well, get it. Interesting thing. So they're using compressed nitrogen to spin the pumps to turn the engines on, right? So on Booster 7 or on any Super Heavy, you see this kind of nacelle thing that's sticking out the side? The nitrogen tanks for the center engines are in there. Are in these chines. That's what they're called. They're called chines. These little flap things that they don't move. It's just a passive aero structure. Those things, the nitrogen tanks are in there. Super Heavy only has enough nitrogen to start up the center ring of Raptor engines. They only have enough to start up the center ring. Everything else is ground side. Now why? Why would you do that? Well, those engines are required for landing. All the engines are required for taking off. Yeah. So why carry enough nitrogen on board to start up 33 engines? If you have to start up 33 engines during the landing procedure, something has gone horribly wrong. Yeah, that starting the engines should probably be the least of your concern if you need 33 engines to start. That means your booster is careening towards the ground at an extremely high rate of speed. It will Falcon Heavy center core itself. Rip. The starter, what's the total mass of the starter kit? Well, it's how many nitrogen tanks are on the booster. But most of this stuff is ground side. For the outer ring of 20 Raptor engines, it's a ground side system. The nitrogen's in this tank over here. It's one of those tanks. I forget which one it is. Just give the intern a paintbrush and tell them to get on it. Geeson, I would just leave it. It's very interesting though, fellas. Look, see how it's white? Anybody know what that is? This is fine. See all this white kind of stuff? Anybody know what that is? Let's see. All this kind of residue here. It's coking. That's right. It's coking. It's leftover unburnt. Well, actually, no, it's not unburnt. It's burnt byproducts of methane and oxygen. That's coking. That happens with rockets. If anybody is a firearm, likes firearms, you get coking inside of the shell casing all the time. It's coking from white powder, but same idea. It's just residue. It's residue from the combustion. Mm-hmm. Because it's making a coky soot, right? Like, you coke coal and stuff like that. It's like a soot. It's like it's leftover byproducts from combustion. Like I said, if anybody here likes firearms, right? If you have your shell casings, you take your shell casing. There's always white residue in there from the powder. That's coking. You have to put the casings in the sand and reload, etc., etc. You know what I'm talking about. Same idea, same thing. Combustion byproducts. I thought methane burned cleaner and coking was an issue with Carolox. Well, yeah. Mason, methane still has carbon in it, and it turns out when it backfires on the pad in an unintended way, you're going to get some fuel. Yeah, you're going to get some coking. Yeah. I mean, it's not like that was a controlled explosion. That very much was unintended. Am I right? That's not good. Mm-hmm. Anyway, here. Elon did comment on Booster 7 here in this thread. Here. It's the thread that shows the same footage that I'm talking about. Oh no, not again. Sorry, coughing. I mean, see how these clouds are really, really dark from the footage there? Watch. If you look at the cloud that comes after, it's very dark, very fuel rich. Not there, right there. Oh yeah, that had a nice old pop. So, yeah, Elon said, yeah, not good. Team is assessing damage. And Jonathan talked to him. In the big picture, still the early days with Raptor 2. Still learning, I guess. Good luck with the analysis. Yep. And here's what Elon said. Cryogenic fuel is an added challenge as it evaporates to create fuel-air explosion rich in partially oxygen atmosphere like Earth. See what I'm talking about? Same idea. That said, we have a lot of sensors to detect this. More on it later. He said more on it. No, I did. But I guess that makes me the moron. Doesn't matter. Anyway, this is the important part. That is one of those things we will be doing going forward. So, another user, Pranay here, let's say, Elon, would it be possible to maybe evaporate the leaks caused before ignition? I guess the space shuttle used to do this. And there were sparkers under the shuttle's engine to burn off the hydrogen leaks that may have happened before ignition. Elon says that is one of the things we will do going forward. This particular issue, however, was specific to engines. This particular issue, however, was specific to the engine spin start test. Raptor has a complicated start sequence. Going forward, we won't do a spin start test with all 33 engines at once. Yeah. A little too much FOD for my type of static fire. Man. I mean, rocket scientist, I'm not going to sit here and say that, a 33 engine sequence starter test is, was not a good idea. I probably would have said send it. But in hindsight, yeah, that probably wasn't a good idea, dude. I mean, I don't know much about rocket science, but that sounds like that was not a good idea. They won't do that again. But hey, now you learned. Now they know for a fact that trying to spin start 33 Raptors without some type of ignition purging or radial outward firing igniter, without those, yeah, you 33 engine starts, not a good idea. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. It looked like a bootstrap start. Dude, it was fun. It was fun. It was fun. I love the NSF commentator. Whoa.
If you were on NSF
laugh.
Live with us yesterday.
That's
Oh, hey.
Oh.
Whoa.
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 Whoa. Hey.
Whoa.
That's the best,
They've done
man.
it with
That's
Falcon
so
9
funny.
before.
It's not, but it is. Whoa. Nice shooting, Tex. Oh, man. All right, anyway, you guys said there was more stuff in here. Let's see. Oh, this is the part I didn't see. So, Timmy, what's Timmy up to? What's Tim Dodd say? Very curious how this plays out for Booster 7. The biggest question is how are the engines? What kind of damage was done to them? I'm teetering between it being catastrophic to the engines and 'tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your engine's off now, it isn't? Can't wait to hear what the teams determine and what the next steps are. Yep. Base of the vehicle seems okay by flashlight. I was just out there about an hour ago. We shut down the pad for the night for safety. We'll know more in the morning. And GSE vent duct was obliterated. That definitely wasn't permanent though, Synerd, so I'm not too worried. Not too worried about it. Yeah. A lot of data to comb through. Anything else from the meme lord here? Fifth element was great. Yeah, that's facts. Okay. Oh my god. That's funny. I don't think there's much more about I don't think there's much more about Starship in here. Oh my goodness. Okay, yep, let's get out of there. Let's eject. Pull the ripcord. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. We're not doing that again. Oh man. But yeah, I mean, this is what it looks like now, so yeah, like I said, just some coking. I think the pad looks okay. And, you know, not to parrot Elon again, but the engines look okay. But looks in rocket science don't mean anything, to be honest with you. Just because it looks alright doesn't mean it is. There's a bunch of moving parts inside of those things right there, and yeah, you ain't gonna know until you either send it again or, you know, take the engines apart or inspect them more. Did you see this meme that Nick shared? Okay, what is this about? Guys, they're obviously not going to do a field test with no OP noticed. Besides, the chopsticks are close and there's scaffolding and flammable material all around the... That's pretty funny, man. That's pretty funny. Who is Jim Webb? James Webb was the, I think he was the second administrator of NASA. James Webb was the guy that oversaw NASA during the Apollo program. He's basically the guy that is single-handedly responsible for the Apollo program succeeding. Color. Yeah, James Webb was basically one of the fathers of the Apollo program. Was it really a surprise? It surprised me. You know, it's bad when I get 1,000 messages from people on my day off saying, EJ, look at NSF Live now. Look at NSF Live now. And I'm like, I'm underneath a truck right now. What do you want from me? And then I went and said it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we should probably go look at this. I found the test manager of the Starship. It's the Mythbusters. Nice. Random, how hot is it over there for you right now? This is inside. (26°C). That's inside right now. So if it's 80 in here, that means it's pretty freaking hot outside. Here. Right now, conditions are 85 Fahrenheit, 29. It's 30°C. It's 29°C here. 51% humidity. That's pretty hot. It's not the hot. It ain't Florida hot. That's not even close to Florida hot, but it is pretty damn hot. You're gonna love Central Air. Yep. Dude, it's 103 here. Jeez. You're a web. Well, you're a weeb. Got him. Are they using 3D scanning drones to verify the structure situation after the event? How do they make sure that it didn't change shape? Get it? Elon said they just went out there with some flashlights. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. It's gonna take a little bit. It's gonna take a little bit of time to. It's gonna take a little bit of time to figure out what's going on with that thing. (38°C) here this week. That's pretty damn warm, Vassia. Jeez. Bash, it's 46°C, 9:30. Gotta love heat waves. Yeah, there's a big heat wave going through right now. It's going through all over the place. Now, like I said, it doesn't. Well, not. I didn't actually say this. Maybe I thought it. I don't know. It doesn't get very hot in eastern Massachusetts because we're near the ocean. It doesn't get hot, and coincidentally, it doesn't get too cold when you live near the ocean either. That doesn't mean it doesn't snow a lot here from time to time, or there isn't a heat wave. But yeah, somehow it's a perfect 75 in SoCal. Must be nice, bruh. Hey, Tactile. What's going on? I live in South Texas. All you people complaining about heat. Yep. Last SpaceX fleet update. Just read the instructions. Arrived late yesterday evening, and they pulled the booster from the deck at 3 a.m. and got the drone ship ready. Crews are now unberthing it for the Starlink 422 mission. Yeah, actually, now I think I've talked about Booster 7 and James Webb pretty sufficiently. I will keep you guys updated with James Webb pictures as they come out for space news. I know you guys are digging them. So let's see. Let's actually see what we got for launches. There is a lot of launches this week, dudes. We got an Electron launch tomorrow. Oh no, that's tonight. Well, tonight it'd be tonight. 1 a.m. is the morning. I don't go to bed until like 3-4, so that's tonight for me. If you're a true gamer, you'll understand. You'll understand what I mean. Okay. So we got Vega at 7 in the morning. Rip my sleep schedule. All right. Well, that didn't last very long. Okay. So that's what we got tomorrow. Damn it. Oh, that sucks. What do we do? Maiden flight. Yeah, that's the first flight of Vegas C. We gotta watch that. Oh, no. Ah, crap. Sleep schedule. I'm not marathoning that, man. I can't, and if you miss an Electron, it fails. That's right. Every Electron launch I've missed, it's failed. Oh, boy. So, and then on the 14th, we have another Falcon 9. We have SpaceX 25. So that's a commercial resupply mission. So that's an uncrewed Dragon going to the ISS. And then on the 17th, okay, that's okay. 17th, okay, cool. All right, so we only have 3 this week. There's only 3 on the books at this point. There's only 3. Only 3. Hello catch attempt for Electron, so you gotta watch that. There's no catch attempt with Wise One. I don't think. Gonna get some sleep between Electron and Vega. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Only 3, yeah. Only 3 per week. I would be curious to see if someone would go do the math to see what, in 2022, what's the longest distance between 2 rocket launches anywhere. Because, guys, I was reading some stat the other day about rocket launches. In 2022, thus far, between everyone that launches rockets, so the US, China, Russia, everyone, Korea, I think Iran launched one, basically everyone, all rocket launches total tally combined, we're up over 70 launches already. Couple of years ago, you'd be lucky to get 70 launches in a year. We're a little over halfway through the year, and we already are past 70 launches, which is unreal. Yeah, orbital rockets, correct. Doug and a short follow Gravitas are supporting the CRS-25 mission. Bob and Just Read the Instructions will support Starlink 422 and Kurt J. Crosby, the tugboat. Yep. Signerd Starlink says hi, yep. Falcon 9 by itself is supposed to hit 70 launches this year. So, yeah, I'd be curious to see what's the longest period of time in 2022 between launches. I'll bet you it's like maybe a day. That's absurd. That is ridiculous. Hamburger said it best. All right. What did he say? End of an era. This could be the year when Webb is commissioned in space. SLS and Starship actually launched. NASA gets second crew transportation system. B if work completed. Delays to these programs have been some of the defining space stories of the last 5 years. I'm happy for all. Yeah, I doubt that very much. Yeah, I mean, I doubt that very much. Just saying. Anyway, it's been all James Webb and Booster 7. Is there any other space news? I don't know.
Discovery.
I mean, James Webb and Booster 7 are taking up a lot of time. freaking coughing starts. Ugh. Oh, dear. Oh, wait, hold on. I wanted that tab back. There we go. Short version of the Starship Roundup. During an engine start test, Booster 7 had an unplanned combustion of the atomized fuel mixture coming out of the engines, and it caused a nice big pop. Good rocket names and some space flight. Okay. Oh, you guys got more links. All right, let's see what we got. Let's go. You know what? We could check out some of the Starship videos. I mean, there's still 7, but let's see. We could do that too. Let's go over here. Wait, how do you get a tab back after deleting it? Control Shift T. All right, let's see what we got. What's this first one? The center core of Ariane 6 is in the mobility gantry crane in Kourou in French Guyana. The Kourou launch site in French Guyana. Anyway. The combined test model will be used to validate the entire launch system during its ground phase in readiness for the inaugural launch. Hey. Hey. The coughing is starting. Oh no. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, see these boosters right here? The 4 of them? Those ones are duds from what I can tell. But Vega C, the rocket that's launching tomorrow morning, is using that. That's its first stage, one of those boosters. That is a P120C solid rocket motor. That's Vega's first stage. So the side boosters for Ariane 6 are the first stage for Vega C, which is actually really cool. It's pretty smart integration right there. So there were a couple week-long spans of no launches and several 6-day spans. It's just since May that we've really picked up the pace. Commonality reduces cost 5 head. That's right. That's really cool pictures, though. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Cool. All right. So this one's coming from ULA. ULA selects K through 12 payloads to fly aboard intern rockets. Sine, cosine, and tangent. Great names. During the 2022 student rocket launch. Each rocket contains different payloads designed by either Ball Aerospace interns or K through 12 students. I'm quite fond of those. See Phil's last link. ABL has passed a huge milestone. I have it open. Thank you. Demon Blight. If the universe is 13.7 billion years old, then the Webb telescope is an image of light that originated 13 billion years ago. We're looking backward 95% towards the Big Bang. That's correct. Mm-hmm. We can almost see to the Big Bang, which is insane. That's ridiculous. All right, what's the next one here? SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket with Dragon spacecraft atop was rolled to the launch pad this morning in preparation for CRS-25. Weather is 70% favorable for Thursday, July 14th at 8:44 p.m. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Sweet. Another Dragon ready to go. That's pretty cool. All right. And what's this last bit coming from ULA here? Welcome to Cape Canaveral and the start of another Atlas V launch campaign. Follow along today as we begin stacking the rocket for the Siebers Geo 6 missile warning system for the Space Force. All right. Mac, where's the FIRD? Dang it. So this is the ASOC right here. They're taking an Atlas booster out of the Atlas Space Operations Center. I know. Atlas boosters are stored in the Atlas Operations Center. Yeah, it's dude. I tell you, engineers are not good at dealing with customers. Okay. Mac. Where's the damn Ferd? The dang old Ferd. Yep, there they are. So funny thing, the truck actually drives around. If I'm looking at this correctly, it actually drives 180 around and then drives the booster in this way, because the ASOC is down this road right here, and the integration facility right here is down this road, and the truck has to drive forward into the VIF. So I actually think that the truck goes down there. I'm pretty sure it goes around and drives around the pad and then comes back and drives in, because trying to 3-point turn a truck can get a little bit complicated. Anybody that's played American Truck Simulator knows what I'm talking about. So this is Dragon C208. It flew CRS-21 and 23. Yeah. Rip all those trailers. Yep. Aeronaut's like, yes, I can confirm it does in fact suck. Yep. That Atlas will be stacked on a mobile launcher that's down here inside of the building that this picture was taken from, and then it'll be rolled on those train tracks right there out to the pad, and it will launch the Sibers Geo 6, which is Sibers is the space-based infrared system. It's a missile defense. It's a missile detection satellite. It's the final 421 variant and the final 4-meter fairing to launch from Florida. Jeez. Man, Atlas V is winding down pretty fast. That's weird. Okay. Jeez, how about that, huh? All right. Anyway, let's see what's going on other than Booster 7 basically farting. Let's see. I think we should start up right around here. So this footage is coming as the footage before with Starship that we were looking at. It comes from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight, Mary, Nick, and then the Starbase Live robots here. So this is from a couple days ago. This is before Booster 7 decided to fart. 4-meter rib fairing flew for years on Atlas, so it sucks to see it go. That fairing can trace its lineage basically back to Atlas Centaur, Phil, if I'm remembering that right. Just quick side note here. Atlas Centaur. Sventar. It's an aluminum fairing. It can trace its roots right back to the original Atlas. That is pretty nuts, dude. Did they determine what happened to Booster 7? Yeah, Hezwa. Okay, I'll give you the quick story. I talked about it in detail for about an hour and a half. If you jump back in the VOD. Long story short, they were cranking the engines over, to speak in car terms. They were cranking the engine over with live propellants, and those live propellants shot out the exhaust, shot out the nozzles, and they hit the ground, and they found a source of ignition, and it caused basically the biggest rocket backfire I've ever seen. Biggest car backfire I've ever seen. Shot flames. It was a big backfire. Like if you start an engine and the motor backfires, you get a big pop. Pretty much that. Yeah. This footage right here though that we're watching was before the test. This was from this weekend. The booster seems to be okay, Hezwa, but looks can be deceiving with rocket science all the time. Just because it looks okay doesn't mean it is. That's a lot of Okay. We get it. You vape, jeez. Big bada boom. Yeah. Yeah, Racer, yeah, indeed. Wait, is this another sunrise footage? Oh. I was gonna say. Hey! Hey! The Ford backfires worse than this, does it though? Yeah, they were moving this. We did see this on Starbase Live. I think we watched this footage live last week. Mechazilla, his arms wide.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Another set of injectors for that power stroke. Man, those engines are pretty bad. Hey, Foz, what's a sub? It's a thing that goes underwater and launches missiles up at targets, but that's not important right now. What makes James Webb so superior? Biceped, if the Hubble Space Telescope is akin to like a microscope, James Webb is an electron microscope. Yeah, the lens is way bigger, way more powerful. That's a pretty, I think that's a good example. Hubble is good. It's a microscope. It's pretty damn good. James Webb is even better. For one, Biceped, James Webb has a much bigger mirror than Hubble. It's way bigger. Shaka, when the walls fell. Yeah. Yeah, it has way more instruments, and yeah, you can see way further into space, just like an electron microscope can see a lot further than a regular microscope. Same idea. A grain of sand at arm's length. That's right. Yep, yeah, that's exactly right, dude. Yeah, that's what everybody's been saying. The micrometeorite damage was negligible from what I understand, only Farns. Yeah, Nip, I did a whole segment on it, like 3 hours ago. I started off the stream with that, dude, because I know people want to just talk about it. It's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable piece of kit, man. I mean, this is too, for what it's worth. This was the other thing that took up all the news. Booster 7 having a little bit of a burp. A pudding cup at arm's length. Yeah, they were doing some chopstick testing over the weekend. So that's the catch mechanism for when Super Heavy's supposed to come back in, and Starship. They're gonna catch it with those things and do that, but the booster will be moving. The booster will be landing, and yeah, that's pretty insane. Something like that, Ben, yeah. Yeah, catching the booster is going to be a little... Okay. That's really quick, Thomas. That's cool. Yeah, Inky, that, you know what, I probably should have mentioned that to Biceped. If Biceped's still here, listen up. What Inky said is correct. And that's a huge one. So, you ever taken a picture on a hot day? Or you ever just been outside on a hot day? You ever, like, say you're driving down the road and you're looking at the next intersection down the road. What happens? It's hazy. Heat distorts light. It distorts light a lot. So, yeah, that's another real big one that Inky said. James Webb's telescope, the mirror is not only bigger, but it's near absolute zero. It's about as cold as you can get before stuff gets a little crazy. And you know, simultaneously, if you ever been outside on a hot day and look and you can see the heat waves everywhere, right? Anybody ever been outside on an extremely cold day when it's snowing? Now after it's snow, everything is really crisp and really clear and really easy to see. It's because the cold doesn't distort light as much. Gas diffuses light, especially when it's hot. That's why, you know, like a space telescope is better than a big telescope on the ground. Because the big telescope has to look through our atmosphere, and that can distort things. Ask any astronomer. You know, James Webb is out literally in the shadow of Earth. And it's because it's so cold, it can image stuff a lot clearer. And on top of that, the mirror is like 4 times the size. It's huge. I can feel my brain melting in Florida right now. Yeah, and if anybody that's lived in Florida can confirm, lived in Florida, knows that when there's water vapor in the atmosphere, it gets really freaking hot. Water absorbs heat really, really well. Yeah, so if there's a lot of water in the atmosphere combined with some sunlight, yeah, it gets... How hot do you want it? Frick you. That's how hot I want it. My gills are coming in nicely. Okay, Deep. That's also why it's hard to read a book through a flamethrower. I don't understand why. Is that a reference to something? Can James Webb take super duper high res pictures of our planets, or is it too far out? Well, Geek, once again, it's facing away. So if you draw a line between the sun and the Earth, right? So draw a straight line. James Webb stays in the shadow of Earth as it's orbiting around. So it ain't gonna take any pictures of Mercury or Venus, that's for sure. You don't want to turn it around. If you turn it around and you put the primary mirror in sunlight, it won't work too well. That would be like trying to play hockey in August outside. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work very well. Ice, when it gets heat, bad. So you can write off Mercury, Venus, Earth, and the Moon and the Sun. Yeah, we ain't taking pictures of those. Anything outside of that, though, yeah, they actually were gonna take. They're actually gonna release pictures, nice high-res color-corrected pictures of like Venus and Neptune on Thursday. Yeah, those pictures are gonna be nuts. Those pictures are gonna be insane. It would look like a constant solar eclipse, basically. Yep. Walk out the door to a wet slap in the face. Yep, had to do that many times on the way to school, Winter Scythe. Yep. Yeah, the other thing is that James Webb is an infrared telescope. All these pictures that you've seen that are like super colorful are color corrected to what they think it would look like in the visible spectrum. James Webb is infrared, or at least I think the primary mirror is infrared. I don't know if they have a regular color, like a visible light spectrum thingamajigger on there. Yes, that would be the technical name. Shh. Somebody have to tell me, have to teach me that. I'm not sure. I don't know too much about James Webb, but I'm sure we'll learn more over the coming days. They do have a color camera, right on. James Webb is not in the shadow of Earth, FYI. It orbits L2, so it can keep the sun on the solar panels. Canadian, you were here and talking to me in chat when I explained that to you, or to chat like an hour ago. Yeah, I know, but remember, keep stuff basic for people that don't understand. I understand. Yeah, I actually had a whole thing about explaining this, that it's orbiting around a Lagrangian point. But you just said it's in the... Okay. Just watch this. Just watch this footage.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Schmoog, 88-month resub. Hey man, hope all's doing well. Yeah, everything's fine. Might be a really stupid question, but could they use the web to take super high-def pictures of Earth like how Google Earth works? Nah. You pointed in that direction, Rod. It's gonna be more in the sunlight than what it is, dick. Not you, him. You know? Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Not you, or you, but you know. No, it can't work with that much heat. It'll break things. No, Batman, not you, the other guy. Okay, he's like, what? No. Yeah, that's right, I called you out. You're gonna call me out, I'll call you out right back.
Go and throttle up.
Oh, boy. That's a long way up, don't you think? Oh, there's another one behind me? Yeah, of course, there's a lot of you. He's like, why? Why you hate me? You knew a guy named Richard? Was he a dick? You sound a lot better. Coughing subsided. It's still there, hip, but yeah. It's still there. It's not nearly as bad. I'm getting better a lot quicker. I want to see Big Bang. I mean, Excessum, is this big enough for you?
For if you were on NSF Live with us yesterday. Oh, hey. Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa! Bada boom. Whoa! Whoa! Which booster is that? That one. Or this one over here. I'm on the other side of the screen. So that was yesterday. This footage is from a couple of days ago, dudes. Is that Beavis? Fire! Fire! Yeah, that see that whole scaffolding thing that's up there with that tube? Yeah, that's not there anymore. Cool, Bog. Neat. What was that? Did I go to you okay? Oh, that looks cool. But also, damn tiles. Can I just see that one more time? Yeah. Look at that, huh? Think that thing is big? Hey, since you were doing Kraken drives later, can you do a tutorial on how to plan slingshots by Eve to save Delta V and burn time getting to Moho? I've only done direct transfers, and I don't know what I'm doing or how much I could save. Yeah, think about it. Are there any good videos demoing the chopsticks catching? It's never been done in real life, Biciped, but there's a couple of, you want like ERCX or ERCX. Who else does good renders? Thomas, what? Who does good renders of Starship? ERCX does a good one. There's a couple of other ones. There's enough space under S24 for a ship name, yeah. You're not kidding. Oh, that's so freaking cool, man. Yeah, I think those chains have been moving around. It's quite shuttly. Yeah, I ain't complaining, Sesame. You know your boy loves the shuttle. It's my favorite thing, dude. Freaking love that freaking love that thing. Even to this day. The other day we watched the STS-135 recap footage because it was the 11-year anniversary of it launching. That made it made me upset. I'm like, no. My heart goes out to Hubble today, being thrown up there like the before picture of a Botox head. That's pretty funny. What are those diamonds under the X? There's some kind of antenna, Laz, from what I understand. That's pretty funny, dude. What was the reason against SpaceX? Nice. You know you've been talking too much when. What's the reason why SpaceX did not do one big heat shield for Starship instead of tiles? Raj, it has a lot to do with heat dispersion. The tiles are really good at dissipating heat. They're very good at it. The tiles work like a heat sink, man. They can take heat and they can move it away so it doesn't get too hot. And they don't ablate either because they can absorb crazy amounts of heat. That's why they went for a tile system, because tiles are the best way to do it. They move the heat around and they keep the heat away from what's inside. They're very good at it. What are they made of? So those tiles are tough and unifibrous, reinforced oxidation resistant carbon. Tough rock for short. It's a carbon-based kind of slurry weave thingamajigger. Almost like charcoal, I guess, but it's not. It would be like carbon fiber and charcoal kind of mixed together. I'm not too 100% on like the details. I know it's tough rock though, but I don't know how tough rock is made. Are they still using Pica X? On Dragon, yes. On Dragon they are, yeah. So thought on K-Drive's hovering. I think not hovering was because the point of compression it needed was between values, DJ 1.02. Yeah, we set it to... Tessa, I was able to get it to hover with like 60. And then we set yours to like... Your design to like 300 and it still couldn't do it. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to remake the spinning drive today. And I want to try to build a ship out of it. I want to like build it into a Grissom to see what happens. Were they planning on lighting the booster yesterday? How much damage was there? There was definitely no planned ignition, Facha. In terms of damage, I don't know. The tiles have room to expand without cracking too, right? Well, that's why there's a gap right there, S. When these tiles heat up, they do expand a little bit, and when they expand, they butt up against each other. That's why there's a little... That's why you can see the stainless in there, because down here, the tiles aren't designed to work down here. They don't need to do anything down here. They're just there. But when they get introduced to the plasma that's generated from ionizing air at extremely high speed, these things will heat up, and when they heat up, they expand and seal. Oh my gosh, are we making Grissom 2.0? We're making a ship around the Kraken drives, Chief. That poof did catch us all by surprise. Yep. Yep. I watched Saturday's VOD and was legit blown away by the K-Drive hovering. There's so much potential with it, Gold Falcon, especially with the hybrid tech stabilized drive. There's so much potential. I'm going to go back to my spinning drives. I think the spinning drives are... I think you get better control over it. So how much do those tiles cost? Think they could sell them to people? Did someone say K-Drive? Yes, S-Master. Yes, we found a hybrid tech K... Dude, I got... So, real quick. We'll do this one after I take a break and we start playing some KSP. We made a drive that was able to get to the moon in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes to the moon. No time warp. There's a design floating around that, yeah, let's just say we figured out the spinning drive. We figured out all the destabilization problems from that. And we used it. It could get out there by itself in about 3 minutes, but I accelerated 81 tons of payload to 30,000 meters a second. So let's just say we found a way to get the Kraken drives working a lot more reliably and pushing payloads around. That's nothing. I've done it in under a minute. Okay. Yeah, Thomas, I have seen that. It takes my mother-in-law longer to get down the stairs. Ouch. Sorry, that's cool though. They're so much fun. Yep. Burbs. Look at the people walking around down there. People there on the Raptor surface gantry lift thingamajigger. Think about it. Think about that, and then think about how big that explosion on 7 actually was. Like, watch right here. Dude, look at this little tiny people. Oh crap! We even got tiny people. Okay, I think we got 2 more vids in the lineup here. There we go. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If the sun pops up, it pops up. Do how it's made narrator voice. The crane is now moving into a safe position. You can see the crane is moving because of the way it is. No problem, Iron. Here come the coughs. Come on, go away. The plumb bob is attached from the dingle arm, where the fleeve is rubbed against it. It's important that the fleeve is rubbed, because the fleeve has all of the fleeve juice. Look at their weather vane. Is that a drone or is that a bird? Man, that crane is big. Big guy. That's the scrap bin. You see it? You can tell it's the scrap bin because of the way it is. They put stuff under the tracks to help spread the load. Yep. Huh. Yeah, what you guys are saying makes sense. They are moving that sucker because, yeah, that's why when Booster 7 popped, the left chopstick opened a little bit because they removed the actuator. Wonder why they removed that. A more beefy one was delivered. Jeez, look at that thing. That thing is a chunky boy. Dude, look at the size of the Heim joint. That Heim joint is huge. It's like the size of a basketball. That's unbelievable. Oh, here come the coughs. Here come the coughs again. God damn COVID. Stop it. Stop it. So the Heim joint is this ball joint that's right there on the end of the hydraulic. See it? That's called a Heim joint. I've seen Heim joints that are like the size of a golf ball, like maybe this big. That one is this big. You know, that is a big hydraulic. Big. This was all the stuff that they were doing up to the tests here. I noticed that Booster 7 has some kind of weird cover over the RCS right there, but it doesn't have it on that side. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, but oh, now it has two on this side. I'm not sure what those are. Anybody? I don't know why there's a cover over that. It looks like some type of thermal system, but I don't know for sure. Oh yeah, Mason. Yeah, you're welcome. Corrosion resistance checks? Yeah, maybe. Because I mean, you're shooting out. Yeah. They were kind of rusty before. This is in-game music. This is a theme from Vice City, dude. GTA Vice City. It's fine. It's fine to play. It's not a problem. Because literally because in-game music. But that doesn't mean necessarily that in-game music is okay to play. But this is all right. Ironically, if we went and listened to one of the radio stations in Vice City, then it would not be okay. But since this is a Rockstar song, it's not. Yeah, they're cool with it. Yeah, music IP does work like that. It's a pain in the butt. 1972, methane. You can tell it's methane because of the way it is. This right here, that's a Liebherr crane. You can tell it's a Liebherr crane because of the way it is, and that's pretty neat. Is your solo stationeer's career on hold? I haven't played in a little bit, huh? It looks like it's built in Germany, too. It's Switzerland, actually. But it is a German company. You playing GTA right now, so you're okay on the music? Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, Ship 24 is on the suborbital test stand. You know, maybe if they can't start 33 Raptors, starting 6 would be okay. Ferd! Look at the Ferd. Ah, Ferd. Wait. No. Come back. No. Come back. Don't. Hey. Let's go over here. Let's give it a little tickle. Boop. What? That wasn't weird. Shh. Texas Truck Watchers, that's right. Whoa. Whoa, that is a much bigger... Yeah, but Chevy won on Sunday. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy, Bandit. You can win races as a Chevy, that's fine, but you have to make a car that doesn't suck. You know, if you win races in your car, that's all fine and dandy, but if you sell junk, it doesn't matter. I wonder how much this thing costs from McMaster Car. Loopy, I'm pretty sure this is one of those if you have to ask, you can't afford it type scenarios. Are you talking about Ferrari? No, I'm not talking about Ferrari, Balk. You know why I'm not talking about Ferrari? Look, okay, F1 spoilers, I don't care. Go watch the race, or just mute it for the next 15 seconds. Look, Sainz's car caught on fire, okay? It caught on fire and burst into flames. Street Ferraris do that all the time, working as advertised. All right? Working as advertised. Just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, you're good for spoilers. All right? Ferraris do that all the time. It happens, okay? Based as advertised. That happens, all right? That happens to the race car. It happens to the road car, all right? I see nothing wrong here, okay? I see nothing wrong here. That seems fine to me. Dude, it did, seriously. Never seen that happen. That thing just was like, nah. Nah, I'm good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I think this is a chopstick actuator assembly. I think. Kuro. 19-month resub. yeah, exactly, yes, yeah. 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 This is you, okay? That's you. And that's the guy she told you not to worry about. Why? Why are we like this? Why? Why are we like this? Not like this. Not like this. Seriously though, that thing is beefy. That thing is beefy. Why are we the way that we are? It's so messed up. Mid Bay, High Bay, and the Mega Bay. Yes. Did you see the really skinny man lift yesterday? No. Ah, there's another one. There's the experimental domes. That's a good idea. They should make the domes like that. This is some nice domes you got there. Hey, there's the Pez dispenser. What's in the box? Doesn't matter. You can't look in the box, chat. Right, firework, yep. Yep. Now, what do you do? Oh, I paint things for SpaceX. What do you paint? Boxes? Alright. Just, do you think that's titanium white? Is it titanium white? I think it's titanium white. I think we got one more, dudes. Oh, there's the Splody boy. And here's the update video. Here we go. So this is from yesterday. Stop. No coughing. Coffee. I can't. More booster covers. Dude, how freaking heavy do you think that is? Look at the truck that's squatting. And it ain't squatted because it's squatted. It ain't squatted because of the way it is. It's squatted because it's carrying that. That thing is probably really heavy. In fact, watch when the dude takes it off the forklift. Watch the suspension on the truck. It'll go whoop. Watch. Those things are watch it. Oh man, that thing is beefy. Beefy. Unbelievable. Beefcake! 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 Sorry. I won't do that again. Was that trailer full of Mountain Dew and Beppis? Yeah, maybe. You guys know Beppis, right? Right? Man, you see this area right here had a little bit of an accident. Not here or here so much, but like right in here. Still saying Beppis in 2022. That's its name, you dolt. It's like saying, oh, still SpaceX in 2022. Yeah, that's the name. Looks like they're putting a weather station up there. Yeah, those are too small to be a lightning rod. The Raptor platforms, is that what that thing is right there? Because it looks like a table. It looks like a freaking table with the fold-up leaves. It looks like a big table. That's under Booster 7 right now. Oh. Okay. '24 is on suborbital B, huh? Interesting. Oh, look at that Ferd right there. Nice. Well, yeah, that's what it is. I want it. Thomas, I'm buying a house. We need a dinner table. Bree and I need a dining room table. Can we buy that? On the Falcon Transporter Erector, they call that the dance floor. I thought that was the bottom of the Falcon. Oh, dude, bulldozer burnout. That's not a bulldozer. It's a front end loader. Okay, differences. Watch. Bulldozer burnout. Cool. Oh, skid steer. Not a Bobcat. SMH my head. Yep, okay. Cost of maintenance. That thing looks so stupid zipping in and out of the shot. Serious, that was a mirror. Dragon, they were doing a starter test. They were testing the starting mechanism of the engines with live propellant, and the engines ended up shooting a lot of live propellant, oxidizer mixed, out the bottom, and it found a source of ignition. I'm like 95% sure that's what happened. And it backfired. Hey, look at that thing. Treehouse! Of course it's moved by SVMTs. Why wouldn't it be? See? Rocket service gantry or medieval siege weaponry? I'll let you decide. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Hey, Anti-Saint, 62-month resub. Thank you. It's got some pressure washers on it. Hang on. Seriously. There's a generator right there, and then there's 2 pressure washers. Really nice pressure washers right there. I want an SBMT to play with. Yeah, me too. Trebuchet reaction frame. Oh, boy. Yeah, see? Pressure washers. Interesting. What are they going to do? Pressure wash Raptor? I mean, I wouldn't throw it past SpaceX. It might. Yeah, that's the smallest one, Rhoda, huh? That's just a 1x2 SPMT chain. Gotta wash the set off with something. Hey, what do we got there? Boop. Seriously though, that's a beefy F-350. Valves. Valves from what it looks like. F-350. Ford. A jug on. Leave Ford alone. Leave it alone. Yeah, those are definitely valves. What are they for? Valve things. Also, that SpaceX security patch is pretty freaking cool, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I know, Engelberg. It's funny. It's almost like, you know, they sell more of those. Valve's doing valve stuff, gone orbital. Come on over here. I gotta move these valves off this damn truck. Who's gonna move them? Come on. I don't know why that guy's from the Northeast. It's South Texas. Anyway. CRS-25 has just gone vertical. CRS-25 gone vertical. Nice. Good to know. Another Ferd. Ferd. When they're done washing the stand, they can use them as fire suppression systems. Nice. Dude. So that's the upgraded thing. Dude, the Heim joint on that is freaking huge, man. That's like watermelon. Big watermelon size right there, dude. That is a powerful hydraulic. Damn. Oh, that's the old one. Never mind. I mean, it's still big. Still big. Look at how it's bending the trailer. That's how heavy that thing is. Look, that dude, that fifth wheel is bending very badly. Damn. It's about as heavy of a thing that you could put on that thing. Mazda B300. Nice stainless trim on there. Very nice. There's another Mazda B300 down there. Cool. Gone orbital. Serious, you gotta put gone orbital in quotation marks. Biggest hydraulic ram I ever messed with was about half that size. It was formidable. That's chunky, dude. I mean, like, just the girth. Unbelievable, that's what she said. Anyway. Yeah, Demon, right? She's a beast. Oh. Hey, guy. Burb. Burb. Are those Aperture Science companion cubes? I hope. So that's Star Factory going up. So SpaceX is building a more permanent facility down here to build starships in instead of the tent. Yeah, interesting. Look, they installed the insulation right there, and then they put the cladding on the outside. See how it looks like the insulation is kind of pushed through the girder segments right there? It's because they put the insulation down, and then they put the corrugated outside. They bolt it to these guys, and it squishes the insulation up against it. I would know. My garage is built like that. Nice. Leave boom lifts for the rest of us. Yeah. How many do you want? Yes. Huh. Huh. That side is not insulated. See the gap? Wait a minute. That side's insulated, but that side is not. Huh. Huh. Interesting. I don't know why they'd insulate one side and not the other. That side would be open when they expand the building. Ah, that's right. You're right. So temporary. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You figured it out. Still can't figure out what's going on up there, but it's something chunky. That's on top of the mega bay. That's on top of the high bay. There's the glass with the bar, but they'll use temp insulation there. That's right. They ran out of money. SpaceX is bankrupt, confirmed. So, I get asked this a lot, just in case people are wondering, what the heck are these things that are sticking out of these buildings? There's a couple right there, there's more right there, and there's really big ones right there. Those are called flying buttresses. I'll be honest, you guys could just count how many times I say buttress. I'm not going to lie, I like saying buttress. It's a funny word to say. I'm secretly 15. Sue me. Please don't do that. You like buttress. Hilarious. No. Okay, so what's a flying buttress? So you got to remember that these buildings have a hollow interior. It's all hollow on the inside because they're going to build rockets in there. They need a lot of space. What these things do is put the support structure for the building on the outside. That's all it is. That's what a flying buttress is. But consider yourself sued. No, that's what these things do. These are outside supports. Instead of all the supports being on the inside of the building, these supports are on the outside. That's what a flying buttress is. So I get asked that a lot. What are these things? What are these things? It's just the support structure for the building. Because think about it. If this thing didn't have these and was completely hollow all the way to the top, the building could just... What's stopping it from, like, bowing out? What's stopping the building from collapsing in? It'll literally be like if you take, like, a table saw and wiggle it around. Just like that. That's what those are there for. They're there to prevent the building from kind of doing that. Beavis and Buttress. Fire! Buttress, buttress, buttress. There you go. Dick bucket. Yes. Yeah, they're moving the the load simulator around. Bye-bye. Where are they moving that thing to? That thing ended up at the gun range. Oh, that's really far away. SpaceX bought a shooting range down the street, and they use it for doing things.
Attention, all personnel at the pad must evacuate in 1 minute. All personnel at the pad must evacuate in 1 minute.
And this is the footage that we dissected a little while ago on stream. Headphone users. Yeah, headphone users. Headphone users. You've been warned. This gets a little hot. And they didn't have the hydraulic installed, so the explosion pushed that chopstick around. Jeez, that was quick. Is the rocket a write-off, though? Yeah, Nikita... You know, I dissected this thing. I would say no. You got the amp ready. Big thunderstorm's about to happen. Oh, gosh. Okay, Canuck. Unexpected part count. Part count reduction. The silver electrical cabinet got dented, did you see? Which one, Ando? Frick, man. That is a violent explosion. That bird's like, what the hell? What just happened? Another big boomer. Big boomer. Jeez.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Close to a fuel air bomb. It's the same idea, Nikita, yeah. Condition 37 months. Thanks, man. Headphone users again. I think. So what are we looking? What are we looking at? Will the entire ship lower area need to be replaced? I don't think so. Damn. Rusty. Elon had to test the environmental cleanup plan sooner rather instead of later. Yeah. I'd imagine the 33 Raptors need to be replaced. Guys, it really depends on where the combustion came from. These things, we talked about it. Those Raptors are shooting out atomized fuel mixture because the pre-burner and the main combustors aren't on. Or whatever they're using inside of the combustion chamber to combust things. That's why I'm just saying combustor. I don't know if it's a combustor. It could be a torch. It could be a spark plug. I have no idea. It doesn't seem like the source of ignition was on Super Heavy. Now, I think that Super Heavy did get a little scorched because it was the one that was shooting out oxidizer fuel mixture. But I think the source of ignition was on the ground, but I could be wrong. It looks like a few of those engines actually started for a split second. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But I'll say this. This was just a start. That was just the starter, and that was the starter motors, guys. That's all it was. It was just the starter motor cranking the engine, so to speak. That's not really how a rocket engine works, but it's a good way to say it, nonetheless. This was just the starter motors. If this explosion, if the pad and the booster can't take this type of explosion, yeah, you probably didn't build this strong enough, because when 33 of those Raptors go off, the explosion's going to be a little bit bigger than that. Or, yeah, Helvis, we went into more detail about it a second ago. Hi. Yeah, it's fire. There's the LOX dump. Watch over here. It gets a little hot over there. So it looks like they emergency dumped the liquid oxygen out of the booster, and we said before, oxygen makes stuff explode really nicely. It looks like electrical equipment burning. How the hell can you tell that, Firework? Please tell me. Why is this electrical? Come on. Are you guessing? I told you not to guess. Don't do that. You don't know what that is. That's something burning on the pad. How can you tell it's electrical equipment? It was a guess. All right, cool. Gotcha. I don't know, man. I have no idea. It's definitely burning something down there. See? You can tell because of the way it is. Ah, well, if that's the case, Shex, that's all I needed to say. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, Firework, I hope it, whatever it is, that it's not something that's connected to the pad. I think, honestly, that that's equipment. I don't think there's nothing, because in that particular spot, that where that fire is coming from is the spot where they usually load up Starship, right? So it's just flat. I hope that's just like equipment like this just sitting there that's burning off. I really hope it's that. If that stuff popping is pad infrastructure, it's gonna be a second. Yeah. Yeah. That's yep. Yep. Hope they bought the insurance on the rental equipment. Could it be a Ford? I hope not. Ford uses Firestone tires. Coincidence? I think not. Dude, look at that. That is a big drone. Holy crap. Whoa. That thing's freaking huge, man. The thing was like the size of the pickup bed, Bandit. You see that? That's a firefighting drone. Cool. Where's Zeus when you need him? Yeah. When they have harnesses for the controller, you know it's getting serious. Yeah, right? Yeah, Hellfish, I know. I've seen the footage. What does it do? It's their angular? I think it has like a fire extinguisher loaded in on it or something, Ando, and it goes near the fire and puts it out. Yeah, I mean, just carries a fire extinguisher and gets where a person can't get and just, right? Like, it's pretty smart, dude, when you think about it. Pretty crazy. Well, the box near the air gas tank didn't survive. What is this? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, explosions. Explosions happen. Alright, guys. Well, that was a fun space news. Casual 5.5 hours. Well, that's why we did space news right now, man. I know if I tried to play Kerbal right off the bat, it wouldn't have worked. This was also the man lift that you mentioned. Okay. Oh yeah, we saw that. It's yeah, okay. Fun, it lasted 6 hours, because fun is correlative to time, or... Oh yes, this took 6 hours, so it is not fun anymore. Oh, okay, that's how that works. Sure. Also this. I'm gonna take a break, though. I gotta take a break, dudes. Yep. I'm gonna take a break, go get more coffee. Yeah, deep survey is insane. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. What, dude? Anytime James Webb pictures come out, I'm gonna we're gonna show them because yeah, unbelievable. It's just absolutely insane. The pillars of creation are in there, right? I don't think that's the same nebula. But I could be wrong. I'm new to this stuff, to be honest with you. Pillars are in the Eagle Nebula. Do yourself a favor and read up on the physics involved in what's in the photos. Yep. That's the edge of the nebula. That's the Eagle Nebula, not the Carina Nebula. Yeah, okay, it's a different one. Greg must be swooning over these pictures, MC. Yeah, where's he gone, Greg, when you need him? Yeah. Unreal, dude. Un-freaking believable. But yeah. Let's see. So, how far are we out for that Rocket Lab launch? The Rocket Lab launch is at 1. Thank you for the stream and the fun. Yeah, no problem. So, fellas, we have launches at very weird times. There's one in about 7 hours from now, give or take. I would love to push the envelope and go right to the launch, but I don't want to get too crazy here because I'm still coming out of COVID. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a couple hours break, and then I'll be back, and we'll play Kerbal all the way to the launch. So I think I'll be back around 8, something like that. 8 o'clock. So that's in about 2 hours. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to just lie down for a second because the reason is, look, check this out. We're going to go all the way till the Electron launch, and we'll watch Electron fly, and then I'm going to go get a little bit more sleep, take another break, and then we'll get up in the morning, and we got Vega C. So I'm going to go ahead and go take a little bit of a nap now to get some sleep so my sleep schedule doesn't get completely thrashed. Because if I tried to go all the way to the Vega C launch, yeah, that probably wouldn't end well. Will this Electron be caught? No catch on this mission. No catch on this mission. So, guys, I'll be back for KSP in about 2 hours. I'm going to go grab some dinner and rest up for a second. I hate that I have to take these periodic breaks, but yeah. Like, I found that when you're coming back from COVID, that you have, if you push too hard, you'll have these weird bouts of, like, losing energy completely. And yeah, if that happens on stream, I'll just be like, you don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. So I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to go grab some dinner. You guys go grab some dinner. And then when we get back from supper, 8 o'clock, so in about 2 hours from now, we'll jump into some KSP. And we'll play KSP till the launch. We got Kraken drives coming up. Kraken drives. Yeah, we're gonna see how fast we can get to the moon. Yeah, should be a good time. All right, what about second dinner? Maybe later.